having a good day. We have just sort of switched up the background a touch. I did have this background made yesterday. I showed it off yesterday. I did not have the new kind of front bit though. So we do have this new front bit, which I think looks really good. So yeah, good. Hope everyone's well. Let's have a quick look, shall we, and see what we've got in regards to this week's episode. If we go over to WWE and go over to shows, go to NXT, and I don't have a background, unfortunately, for this second one. It's still a black void. I need to fix that, but we'll get something nice over here as well eventually. But here's NXT. So if we click on the preview, Cruz Montana. Yes, that's the new name of Mike Santana, Cruz Montana. Apparently named after his dad. I don't know why they've changed his name. Probably something to do with ownership. Probably something to do with the fact that they want to, you know, own his name, sell merch, all that sort of stuff. But whatever. Cruz Montana. He's going to be speaking for the first time. We got Myles Borne. He is defending the North American title against Cam Hendrix. We got Lainey Reed. She's going to be taking on Izzy Dame. Shiloh Hill is looking for payback against Tristan Angels. And OTM battle Birthright in tag team action. So that's what we've got coming up. Cruz Montana speaking for the first time. Myles Borne defending. Lizzy Rain against Izzy Dame in a battle of the rhyming names. Shiloh Hill against Tristan Angels again. And OTM taking on Birthright. I mean, I don't mind OTM. Birthright are a bit hit and miss for me. Probably for some of you as well. But it is what it is. And it looks okay. You know, it looks okay. So, yes, I hope everyone is well. Shining Wizard said, this is my favourite day of the wrestling week. Yeah, I can understand that. It's a pretty solid offering. Actually, you know, there's a lot of positivity in regards to the ratings for NXT. I think the ratings are looking pretty good for NXT, even if I don't quite understand them, because of the different ways that the ratings can get worked out these days. Even, it doesn't really matter. I mean, them being around 690 or whatever, it's good. Whatever method you want to use, it's good. So, yeah, I think that reasons to be cheerful when it comes to NXT. Certainly the addition of Cruz Montana. I need to get used to saying that name. Cruz Montana. That's a good addition. So I'm very excited to hear from him this week. Nice new background, said Isaac. Thank you. We rocked the late night version yesterday, which I do like, actually. I don't know which one I prefer. I think I might be preferring this one, you know. This one might be one that I prefer, rather than the late night one, which is, for those that didn't see yesterday, that's the overlay for it. For the front bit, and that is the... Gotta just find it. It's down here. That is the background. I mean, I don't hate this, to be honest. That's it's not a bad vibe, but I don't know. I'm kind of here for the daytime one. I think this one is maybe less exciting, but it's quite slick. I like it. We're doing good work over here. Yay, us. So, yeah, I've been working on these things, trying to get them looking right, tweaking them and whatever. And yeah, I think we're in an all right place. I'd like to get a couple of versions, actually, so it's not just the same thing all the time. I sort of feel like that night one feels like it probably should be saved for maybe PLEs. Maybe this is more like, hey, special late at night PLE sort of thing. Maybe this is more regular show, but maybe I need a few variants of this. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think it's an upgrade. I think it looks better. I saw the recap from Raw, said Mike. I wonder if Royce Keys might turn on Solo and LA Knight. We're all thinking that it could be Solo that turns on them. But Jacob and Keys have got a lot of history, says Mike. It's an interesting thought, Mike. It's an interesting thought. Obviously, the Solo one, because of him being Bloods, I think is what people tend to be obviously connecting with. Royce isn't family, so how's Royce gonna get on being in with Roman and the Usos? But we did it before with Sammy, didn't we? So certainly it's not like there isn't a precedent. So we have done it before where a non-family member joins up. So interesting thought. Cart said, Daze, I like the new backgrounds. It's fire. Thank you. Are you excited for the AEW pay-per-view week 3? I am focused on SummerSlam, to be honest. That is this weekend. I think everyone's attention is focused on that. So I've not even thought past it. My focus is this weekend, making sure that we're, locked and loaded and ready. Everyone knows that we're here, which I know people know. But you do have to remind a few casual members of our community. The hardcore fans know. They don't even need telling that we're going to be here for it. But I think SummerSlam, that's got to be the focus right now. It's probably the second, maybe third biggest event of the year for WWE. Probably second, actually, because if you think Royal Rumble's just a one-day event. It's certainly the biggest one day, but this is going to be Saturday and Sunday. So this is big. This is big. Quite excited for it, actually. So, I don't even know what's happening after that. Honestly, I've not even looked. The real community members already know, said Glockness. Yeah, it's true. Some of you might hear me sort of mentioning these things, repeating myself, but I know I'm always speaking to, the silent people out there and the casuals that just drop by. We get people jumping in, just checking us out to see what the vibe's like, see what the community is like. We get that all the time. People that just jump in and have a little look. So, I never know quite who I'm speaking to. So, just to confirm, we will be here this weekend doing SummerSlam. I keep trying to set up the streams, getting the thumbnails sorted, but I can't. I'm struggling to find like the right image, and I'm struggling to get the thumbnail looking good. So, that's the reason as to why they're not up. So, that might have to be my project tonight. Actually, finally get that figured out. And finally get that sorted. One of the other projects that I have on a weekly basis is Wrestle Feuds. So we do have this week's questions. So let's get them up in the chat, and there's the link. We do this every week, so if you join us for these NXT streams, this will not be a surprise. If you click on the link, it takes you to this form. You can then leave your feedback. I don't need your details. It doesn't ask for them anywhere, so I don't get them. I don't want them. I literally just want your answers to these questions. That's all I want, right? And the reason for that is because I then ask the members on the channel these questions, and we do a quiz game called Wrestle Feud. So these are the 4 questions that you can answer. Again, you don't need to answer them in the chat. Click on the link, answer them directly into the form, right? So the question is, which women's wrestler who never won a WWE World title should have? I really like that question, because that's testing your knowledge a little bit. So and if you think there's been lots of women in WWE history, certainly since probably NXT begun, so over the last 10 years in particular, and then, even going back, you've got like Total Divas and that era. So, and you can go all the way back to the likes of Wendy Richter, Rockin' Robin, Sensational Sherry, whatever. But again, it's going to be a test of your knowledge. Who won the women's championship? Who didn't? So, out of all the women that have ever been in WWE, of the ones that have never won a world title in WWE, who should have? Who should have won a world title but never did? Love that question. I got a couple of names in mind, but I'm really interested to see what you lot come up with. Divas belt's going to count as a world title. That the Divas belt does count as part of Charlotte's world titles, so the Divas title counts. Obviously, the top titles count now. The WWE Women's Championship back in the day counts as well. It's hard. I only need one name. I only need one. So I really like this question. I can't wait to see the answers on it. Then you've been asking me this, so I'm actually asking you. If Nick Aldis did leave the GM role, who should replace him? If Nick Aldis left the GM role, who should replace him? Which current NXT star should be called up next? Who do you want to see get called up? So I would imagine there's a lot of familiar names, big names, the obvious names. But I don't know, we always get like a few swerves in there. We always get a few left field answers. So I need to find the top 8 answers. So who would you want to see get called up from NXT? I'd say that's an easier question. I'm trying to make it a bit easier. Tricky, easy, maybe easy as well. Who should Paul Heyman manage next? So if Brock is about to leave, who should Paul Heyman manage next? So there we go. These are the 4 questions for this week. I feel like we might have done a question similar to that in the past, but obviously we're in a different situation now where it looks like Brock's likely going to retire at SummerSlam. So who should he manage next? And as you can see, we've already had 6 responses in. Big thank you. Big thank you to those 7 responses in. So they're pouring in. So keep getting your responses in. The link will be there all throughout this episode. Still going up. All throughout this episode of NXT. Okay, I saw a super chat come in, so we're going to jump over to that. It's Jared. Hello, Jared. Appreciate the support, my friends. I know he's a heel and he's supposed to be annoying, okay? But Brock is so boring and irritating at this point. He's always laughing, never takes anything serious, and he won't even get into the cell with Ober. Oh, so you found that frustrating, did you? It's funny, actually, because I thought that it might be a little controversial that I didn't feel that segment. I wasn't really loving that segment. I thought it might be a little bit controversial, but actually I don't know that it was. I don't know that it was that controversial. I think that in the end I saw like some ups and downs from What Culture, and they felt the exact same way, that opening segment had missed and that it wasn't quite as exciting as I think WWE hoped it was going to be, or it wasn't quite as engaging as WWE hoped it was going to be. And yeah, I was quite surprised. I thought that it might have been me being a bit of a moany mini, but no, it seems like What Culture and some of you as well in your opinions feedback weren't really feeling it either. So I'm detecting that Jared felt that way as well, that he also wasn't really feeling the open to yesterday's show. And yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, all I'd say is I don't mind him not taking things too serious, because I think he's Brock Lesnar. What's he got to worry about? You know, Brock Lesnar, the beast, you know, he can just take everything in his stride because he's just so much better than everyone. That for him, he's just not bothered. He can laugh and just act like, you know, that things don't faze him, because, you know, things don't faze him. But I wouldn't worry about it, because he is probably not sticking around past SummerSlam. So you're not alone in not loving the open. I think our community gave it about good 84. So the community very much in agreement. And yeah, as we said, I don't think he's sticking around. So if you find him irritating and you find him frustrating and you're just not a big fan, then, as I said, I wouldn't worry about it because he'll be gone pretty soon, I would imagine. Pretty soon. Let me just click on this. Nice. Okay. LA Joey Petsitter said, if you got signed to WWE and they said you had to pick a new name, what would your ring name be? No idea, but never given that any thought. I've never really thought about being a wrestler or anything like this. My honest answer to that would be that I would just go with whatever they gave me. To be honest, in WWE, I'm not sure how much you get to choose because look at Mike Santana now becoming Cruz Montana. But yeah, I'm not kind of like trying to dodge the question. It's just never a question I've ever given any time to because I ain't a wrestler and I'm not going to be a wrestler. So me thinking about anything to do with me in the ring is just not something that I've ever given thought to. If anyone's got any suggestions, feel free to put them in, though. I'm sure the community can have some fun with that. Captain Magnificent, that's what I would call myself. Dr. Sexy, that's what I would call myself. Wrestling Daze, the ladies' dream. Yeah, all of these are great shouts. But my honest answer is I've never given it any thought. I've never given it any thought. It's never anything that's, you know, at my age of 21, the ship has sailed, you know. Those days are very much behind me. So yeah, LA Joey, what would you recommend? Dashing Days, said Sot Dots. Okay, Dashing Days, I'll accept that. That's better than Chili McFreeze, isn't it? Which is what they wanted to call Stone Cold's. Or one of the options they had for Stone Cold was Chili McFreeze, so I'll take that. Senor Handsome, said Benito. Is that what you're calling me, or is that the name suggestion? Because that works as well. I don't have any issue with Senor Handsome. That'll be if I go to AAA. If I go to AAA, then I'll be Senor Handsome. Badman Beanie, said TJF. I don't mind Badman Beanie. Actually, there's some really good suggestions. Kapata said Dr. Waffles a lot. I mean, it does fit, doesn't it? It does fit. Dr. Waffles a lot. I don't know why. It makes me sound like a dog. Sean said Enzo's done now with ACW. He's got a few dates. He's WWE bound, said Sean. Yeah, I am really looking forward to him coming in. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's gonna bring. Miss Dell Jr. said, I'm not being rude, but why do we score WWE shows weird? Like last night, you gave a Raw 92% goods. You said you gave it in the 5 ratings. I searched it. It averaged 7 to a 7.5. Not being rude. Why do you score the shows weird? Last night, we gave it a 92 good. Yes, you did. You said we gave it in the 5s. You said we gave it in the 5s. Don't know what you mean by that. I said during the breakdown that you gave it 92 goods because I read the poll that was in the chat. So I said it was 92% good. I don't know what you mean by the 5s. I searched and it averaged 7 to 7.5. I don't know what you mean by you searched and it averaged 7 to 7.5. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know. I'm confused by your question, to be honest with you. So you lot score it in the breakdown and I read that out and it came in as like good 92. I have no idea how good 92 equates to. You see, the problem we've got is that we don't have enough slots on the poll. YouTube only gives us 4 spaces. So in an ideal world, I would love to be asking you guys, what did you think about this match? Or what did you think about this segment? And you would have 10 like slots, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You'd have 10 so that you could score it out of 10. But YouTube doesn't give us that many options. YouTube only gives us 4 options for a poll. So that's why we've always had to go with all-time, great, good, okay, and bad. And we've run with that for years because, I mean, what's the alternative? You could go 1, 2, 3, 4, but I mean, what does that mean? You know? So that's where we have an issue with, like, the scoring, is that YouTube only gives us 4 options in the poll. So all the matches are scored kind of out of that system, yeah? We always talk about matches being good 92, good 98, great, whatever. And that's us just trying to make the best out of the limitations that YouTube give us, right? So, like, you lot scored the show last night, good 92. I don't know how that equates to out of 10. I have no idea. You know, what does good 92 mean in a scale of 1 to 10? I don't know. I mean, what I do know is that if I would say an average match probably gets about good 95 or something like that. So in my mind, good 95, things like that, it's probably like 6.5 or something along those lines. It's probably around that ballpark. So you're below that. So for me, good 92 does not equate to a 7 or a 7.5. If you're trying to translate the one into the other. But I mean, to be honest, that's a very difficult conversation because we're trying to compare 2 different scoring systems. We're trying to compare 2 different scoring systems to try and find, like, you know, how they compare. I don't know. Maybe I could sit down and actually try and figure it out, because I think we could agree that, like, all time is probably 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. Well, then what does that mean great is? Great has probably got to be 7.5 and above in my mind. I mean, if you say a match is great 50%, what's that out of 10? Again, you know, there's no link to it, so it's hard to, you're just kind of having to try and figure it out yourself. So for me, I think rough ballpark, that would be about 7.5. I really don't think good 92 is 7 or 7.5. That's low. If a match gets good 92, in my mind, it's under-delivered. You know, we're very close to slipping into the 80% range. Good 80 is bad. Good 80 is low. We get a few matches score about good 86, whatever. In my mind, they've missed. You got to be in that sort of mid-90s range for a match to be deemed acceptable. I think good 92 says to me the show was okay, just about. Okay, just about. So trying to put that into a number, I don't know. So for me, I think you lot scored it good 92. It's probably best to just leave it at that. And however you think that translates to out of 10. But no way is that a 7 or a 7.5. No way. Because all time would be 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Great is going to have to be, you know, 7 and 8. Good is probably going to be maybe 6 and 5, and then bad is like 4 and below or something like that as a rough ballpark. So if I've understood the question right, then that's kind of how they marry up in my mind. But I'm not sure we'll ever quite get the answer to that, to be honest. I'm not sure we'll ever quite work out how those 2 scoring systems compare to each other. Aaron said, I know this is a bit boring, but did you see the comment that said she's going to take a step, Bailey's comment, who said she's going to take a step back and know her worth? Seems like she's saying, WWE, give me a great deal, or I'm going to go and see another offer. Yeah, I did see. And I think, you know, for me, there's a few things going on. I mean, everyone's talking about Bayley. Is she leaving? The question came up yesterday, are WWE leaning into that now? And I think the answer to that is yes. I think they are starting to lean into it. I think Bayley herself is starting to lean into it. And I don't know where we are in regards to a contract renegotiation, but I mean, I would do the exact same. You know, whether this is her, you know, she might have already re-signed and we just don't know about it. So whether she's re-signed and she's just using this to get a bit of attention, because listen, if there is a buzz around you and you know that buzz is only going to get louder, because the closer we get to the end of the year, if no word comes out that she's re-signed, that noise is getting louder. Any noise or buzz around you as a wrestler is worth its weight in gold, isn't it? It's worth its weight in gold. So for me, this is definitely definitely a situation that we're keeping an eye on. It's definitely a situation I'm not getting carried away with. I don't really care what Bayley says unless she comes out and says, "No, I'm making an announcement. I've decided I'm leaving." Unless she comes out and categorically puts it out there that she's leaving, then yeah, part of me is going to be looking at this thinking, is this just them sort of playing us? Is this Bayley sending a message? Is this WWE and Bayley working together? I could see this easily being a way of just putting fuel on the flames. So, I mean, look, what can we do about it? I mean, there's nothing we can do other than just watch and see how it plays out. I don't believe WWE would want to lose Bayley, just like I don't think they would want to lose Sasha, but it was Sasha that walked out. So WWE, you know, there's not much they could do. She put the belt down, walked out the building, never came back. So, you know, I don't think given the choice, they would have wanted Bayley going to Sasha going to AEW. And I really don't think they want Bayley going over to AEW either. So for me, Bayley is someone that I think they will sit down with and they'll get a deal together. The only thing I don't know is that deal going to be good enough? You know, how much is Bayley going to be asking for? How much is she going to try and squeeze out of WWE? And is there a point where WWE go, do you know, financially, we just don't think we're going to get the return on that? If you can get that at AEW, then, you know, we wish you all the best. I mean, is there a number where WWE will decide it's just not worth it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I really do not think that they want her to go. I don't believe that. I don't think they want her to go. And I don't know if she wants to go. I mean, I think she would love to work with Sasha, and I think she'd be fine going to AEW. But, man, it just, WWE just is a bigger platform. But maybe if you feel like you've done it all, you know? So, I don't know. It's this, I think there's so much to speculate about that for me, until I kind of hear, at the moment, the only thing that's happening is we know her contract's coming up. And there's been a lot of chatter about, is she leaving, right? That's where we are. Any comments or stuff that come out now, I'm not going to pay too much attention to because, well, you know, we'll pay attention to it. It's worth noting. Aaron is correct. It's worth knowing that these comments are said. But I'm not gonna fall for what could be just a way of generating a bit of noise for Bayley. I mean, there is every chance that she is just, because I would do this. This is what I would do. Yeah, if I was in Bayley's shoes right now, I would do this because you always want people talking about you. The wrestling landscape is so crowded. Why would you not want people talking about you? You always want people talking about you. You always want to have that buzz around you and be, you know, the talk of the town, trending, all that stuff, because, you know, you want to be on people's minds. So she can milk this for months. she can get months out of this. So it's better for her. If I don't know if she's re-signed or not. If she has, it's better that it stays quiet, and it's better that she makes these types of comments, and then it means she gets brought up in places like this and other streamers' chats and other videos, news videos, and all this. It's good, innit? It's good. I can't say that this is why they're doing it. I mean, I don't know. Do I? I'm not backstage. But all I would say is I'm not sat here going, oh my God, she's gone. Oh my God, she's going. It's leaving. It's over. I am sat here just waiting and watching, and I don't think we're going to find anything out until the end of the year. So worth being aware of, but she could absolutely still end up staying. King Gamer said, is the criticism towards Triple H after Raw last night too much? You got to feel bad for the guy. Is an alternative like Shawn or Taker taking over the right move? I don't know about criticism towards Triple H after last night. Our community scored this show okay. I mean, I think I gave it a 6, and looking at what the community scored it, I think I was probably a touch high, having done the opinions video. And as we said, how does a good 92? That's what the people in the breakdown scored it. How does a good 92 equate to a number out of 10? So, you know, again, it's hard to do that translation. But I think that I think I feel a bit different about this show to a lot of people, because for me, it was a go-home show. And we know what go-home shows are like. Go-home shows are not great. They haven't been. People will point to times where there's been great go-home shows. Normally, whenever we say this, people are like, well, the go-home shows during the Attitude Era were really good. I've gone back to Cage Match and looked at Attitude Era. Loads of those go-home shows score badly. They do not score well. So I think there is a very selective memory by people that for some reason believe go-home shows are meant to be these crazy shows. To be honest, they're very video package heavy. They're very informative of this is what's happening this weekend. Don't miss it. And they kind of have matches on that either didn't quite make the SummerSlam card or the PLE card, or they just feature people that were never going to make it. Never, you know, it's just a way of filling the show because we don't want to use the big stars that are going to be featuring this weekend, right? So instead we dig into, you know, some of the stars that don't normally get onto TV. Dare I say, like an Otis and a Tozawa, right? So I think for me, I went in with this expecting it to be a go home, expecting it to be a show that was just going to largely promote SummerSlam, and I feel like that's what I got. There was a couple of moments in there which I think for me raised it maybe above my expectation, which was a new champion. I really did not think Raquel was winning. At no point until her Soul Snatcher was prevented did I think Raquel was going to win that match. I thought that Ethan and Ray was pretty fun. I thought that Roman Seth at the end was not bad. I mean, it wasn't mind-blowing, but I thought it was pretty solid. I enjoyed Solo, actually. I thought Solo was pretty fun, coming out, going, pow-pow, pow-pow, and whatnot. So, I mean, there was a few bits that kind of went down on the show that was like, yeah, this was all right. There was no big OMG moment, although you could argue Raquel. I think the Danhausen and Joe Hendry segment, I'm going to be controversial about this. I'm actually quite glad that it was on the show, because if you're going to do something bad, I want it to be bad. I don't want a segment where you go, that was okay, right? If it's going to be bad, then I want it to be bad. And it seems like the reaction to that is, no, this is not it, right? I know there's some of you out there that enjoyed it, but I got to tell you, it's gone down like a lead balloon, right? What I've seen online is just a lot of criticism of that segment. What I've seen from other reviewers, like, say, What Culture, 411 Mania, you know, there's a couple of places that I'll just have a little look, see what people have said, went down like a lead balloon. In our opinions video from a lot of people, vast majority went down like a lead balloon. So people enjoy comedy, they enjoy Joe Hendry, they enjoy Danhausen. That segment just wasn't it. That just did not hit the mark for a lot of people. So I kind of feel like there's a conversation of, is that the worst Raw segment of the year? And I kind of feel like it. Wouldn't you want to watch the worst segment from every year to see how bad it is? I mean, there are people that watch bad movies because they find them so bad they become entertaining. I sort of feel like on this show, you had some decent stuff. You had, a couple of decent matches, couple of matches scoring great. We got a new champion, ended with Seth and Roman, which I wasn't down on. And we got what might be regarded as maybe the worst Raw segment of the year. Which, again, I'm not trying to put a spin on it. I'm just genuinely saying that for a lot of people, that segment drags down their score and it also makes them angry. That segment doesn't make me angry. I don't watch that segment and go, God, what's Triple H doing? What the hell? He's ruining wrestling. What the hell is that? There's people that have got angry over it. I have not got angry over it. To me, it's like, yeah, did I like it? No. No, I didn't. I mean, I thought the idea, and as I said on the watch along, I thought the idea itself was a bad idea. I thought the song sucked. There was not really much to it. It was just, I believe you are cursed or whatever, right? Repeatedly again and again and again. It was shallow. There was not much to it. And then they tried to jazz up a nothing idea by bringing out cheerleaders and having Ryan Garcia and having Minniehausens. So they've put this garnish on top of a whole lot of nothing, really. And then, of course, it's just led to Judgment Day beating up. I mean, it's just, if I sort of feel like, right, if we lived in a perfect world where heels didn't ever attack baby faces and the baby faces could do whatever they wanted, that we got a glimpse as to what the baby faces would do if they had a whole segment to themselves, and it sucked. It was rubbish. Like, if we lived in a perfect world where Joe Hendry Danhausen never got attacked and they could have TV time to do whatever they wanted, go out there, express yourself, do whatever you want. You can cook up absolutely anything you want. Go out there and just be you. Entertain the masses. And you're telling me that song was the best thing they could come up with? This is the promised land, is it? This is what fans should be hoping that we get more of. That song. Like, it's a miss, innit? It's a miss. I was not angry at the segment. I was more fascinated in what they were trying to deliver and how they were trying to dress it up with the cheerleaders, Ryan Garcia, the Minniehausens. I suppose in a way it's like watching a car crash. For me, that segment did not make me angry. I found it to be quite engaging as I was watching this thing unfold, right? And I promise I am not trying to put a positive spin on a dumpster fire, right? I'm really not trying to do it. I'm just trying to explain why it did not make me angry. And if you joined the watch along, you will have seen that I was not upset about it. I was not ranting. I was not raving. I was not pulling my hair out. I'm sure there's others that were doing that. But I was not in that space. So for me, I went into this show with fairly low expectations. It met those and probably just exceeded in certain places. Even the one segment that people will point to as being an absolute dumpster fire, what the hell was that? I still found it engaging because, yeah, I agree. I think it is one of the worst Raw segments of the year. And I'll tell you now, if I put a video out that featured the worst Raw segments from every single year in Raw history, do you think that video is going to get views? Because I do. People love that stuff. People love that stuff. They want to see what the very worst things are. And that video would get views. And it would be a collection of segments just like last night. Because, again, the theory still works that people enjoy watching bad movies. They're so bad they actually get entertainment out of them. And you could do a collection of the worst Raw segments, and that would get great views. Because people would love to watch the car crash that was, a segment that has not landed and not gone to plan. So, for me, even that was not, horrific. I'm not going to score it high. I'm not going to, my score's not going to be an 8. I mean, I went 6 for the show, and when I looked at what you lot said, felt like I was a bit high, to be honest. Felt like I was a bit high. So I think my score 6 was quite kind, but I really do like Raquel winning that belt. I think everyone knows I've had frustrations with Sol Ruka, so getting the belt off her, I think, helps Sol. And I think Raquel finally getting a championship is great. And to be honest, I'm really pleased I tuned in, and I'm really pleased I saw that happen. To me, that makes the show worth watching, and that's got to be reflected in the score, right? If you scored the show 1, 2, 3, 4 like that, that's a show to avoid. But this was a show that I thought, I don't mind having watched that. That was not a chore for me to sit through. Even Alpha Academy against Vision was fine. It was all right. It wasn't amazing, but it's not like I was pulling my hair out. Ober Brock was annoying. I agree. And that was annoying. I thought there was stuff there, but it was cool seeing Triple H in the ring and the cage being there, and, Heyman having microphone issues. I don't know, man. I think there's so many different ways that you can look at it. I thought that it was probably fine. So if there are people ranting and raving and saying it was a disaster and all this kind of stuff, mate, it was Go Home show. Do you know what I mean? It was Go Home show. What expectations did you go in with? I'll tell you, wrong ones. Ones that were way too high to begin with. So we move on. In regards to, will it be better if it's Shawn or Undertaker? No. I feel I can say that with a degree of confidence, and I think a lot of you know why. I think it's really, I think it's beginner level, entry level, welcome to wrestling level mentality to look at a 2.5 hour show that goes from state to state, country to country, has got a big roster of people that you can't move on. They're people that, you're going to have them at the top end of the card. Then you're going to have to cool them off. And then you're going to bring them back. And you've got rotation, people sat in catering, more wrestlers than TV time. You're going to have people that don't quite perform. And that's fine, that's going to happen. And there's nowhere else for them to go unless they go to SmackDown or they get released. Right, so you're constantly battling with trying to keep the show fresh and new feuds and all this stuff, right? To compare what you've got to do on Raw, which is 2.5 hours, and SmackDown, which is 2 hours, to a 1 hour AAA show that does not feature everyone every week. I mean, Jesus Christ, right? How many times do we have people moaning about Jordan Grace, about Julia, right? And all of this stuff. Well, you don't get any of that when we tune into AAA, but do you want me to go down a list of people that don't feature every week? Do you want me to go down a list of people that aren't there week in, week out? Because the list is long. It is long. If you look at that AAA roster and you look at, Mini Vikingo, you go down, you look at Laguana, Wagner, Psycho Circus. You can sort of make your way down the roster. You've got a 1 hour show. I mean, you can only feature probably, 20%, if that, of your roster on the weekly show. What about the other 80% that aren't making TV? So when it comes to Raw and SmackDown, why aren't they using Blake Monroe? Why aren't they using Johnny? Why aren't they using this? But when it comes to AAA, there's none of that. Instead, for some reason, people just watch AAA and enjoy the hour that they get. For some reason, WWE fans don't seem to have the ability to watch Raw and enjoy the 2.5 hours they get, or watch SmackDown and just enjoy the 2 hours they get. Instead, there's a lot of people that are like, why haven't we used this person? Why haven't we used that person? The parameters are so different. They're so different. You know, over on AAA, their stories are pretty basic. You know, someone will get attacked backstage or get attacked in the ring and it'll set up a match, you know, whatever. And it's, you know, the match kind of shines a bit brighter because the level of performance is so good from the roster, right? And so they kind of put a bit more focus on the in-ring than Raw or SmackDown do. But to be honest, that's, you know, great, but you do need the big entrance for Roman. Like, you do need that. You do need Jay coming through the crowd. You do need the Seth Rollins entrance. This really does build character. This does make them bigger stars. You know, if you just rely on the in-ring and don't kind of do the big entrances and do the big promo segments, you know, think about the whole acknowledge me. Think about the whole aura farming. There is a reason as to why WWE do that. There is a reason why they do that. And it's because it works and it gets the characters over and they don't rely on the in-ring for it. So I would question as to, does AAA do enough of that to actually get over on an even bigger scale some of their roster? Or do they focus like a bit more on the in-ring? I think they focus a bit more on the in-ring. So I think the balance would have to change if Undertaker was going to come to Raw and SmackDown. He'd have to change the balance of the presentation. It would have to be a bit more weighted onto the entrances and the posing and the aura farming. Hopefully still keeping the in-ring up there as well. But I think that, you know, the kind of entrance side of it is not that grand in AAA. I think that they don't really have much time. You're comparing a 2.5-hour Raw to a 1-hour AAA show. And I just think that people go into AAA as like this bonus show. They go into it as like, I'm going to watch this week. And then they have a great time with it. And they don't really think about it. They just watch it and enjoy it. And people do not do that when it comes to Raw and SmackDown. The expectation is totally different. It's like looking at someone in the minor leagues doing like great coaching, thinking that they're going to make it in the MLB. It's honestly like someone at high school putting up some great numbers on the football fields. And, you know, you're thinking that they're going to do better than, you know, someone that's playing in the NFL. I mean, I just think it's a different world. It's a completely different scale. It's a completely different world. And the other thing I'd say as well is we had this conversation back in the 2010s about Triple H, and he was booking a 1-hour NXT, and it was fantastic. If you used to watch NXT when it was an hour back in the 2010s, it was unmissable. It was kind of like AAA in the sense of you didn't get everyone every week. You couldn't. But it didn't matter, right? People were okay with it. And the matches were decent. They were goods. And there was video packages and stuff like this. And it was very reminiscent to AAA, actually. Very reminiscent to AAA. Just obviously not as much kind of like lucha style. But, you know, black and gold NXT is loved. And a lot of that period, it was an hour long, the episodes. And we were having conversations at the time of would Triple H do a better job on Raw and SmackDown than Vince? And a lot of people were clamoring for Triple H to take over from Vince, desperate for him to take over from Vince. And it was like, one day he will. He's going to be so good. Have you seen how well he books NXT? And that day's come. It came a few years ago. And look at where we are now. Now people are not happy. And now they're saying, should Undertaker do it? Should Shawn do it? And it does make me smile because I feel like we've been here. We've had this conversation. We've got the answer. It's a completely different world. I think to think that Undertaker or Shawn, you're just going to pluck them out, put them in, and it's all going to be magical. That just ain't how it works. It's so big. Raw and SmackDown is so big. The rosters are so big. There's so many extra challenges. And I do think the way the fans consume the products are different as well. We hear a lot of criticism about people not being used on the main roster and the way that people are booked and all this sort of stuff. And, you don't hear that in AAA. I've not heard anyone moan about how Wagner Jr. is being used or anything like this, I'm sure that will come with time. I'm sure that, as people keep consuming AAA, whatever, and there's the odd bad story, or there's someone they really like and they haven't seen him for a few weeks, maybe it'll start sneaking in, but it's not there at the moment. So I think there are these rose-tinted glasses that, because honestly, I don't think, and I'm not talking about people here, because I'd like to think you lot do, because we talk about this stuff, but I do think people in the wider world, they don't think about wrestling on the level that we go to. And I'm not bigging us up, but we do get into the weeds. And I think for them, they look at Triple H and they look at the show, and the show's bads. So it is as simple as Triple H bads, and they watch AAA and they enjoy that. And so it's Undertaker goods. And that's it. That's as far as their brain process goes. Like, that's it. Well, Triple H is bad and Undertaker is good. So surely Undertaker there means that show is good. And that's it. That's how deep it goes for them. But it's a lot more complicated than that. And that's normally the truth, isn't it? It's normally the case that these situations are a lot more complicated. There is a phenomenon actually in the world, which is the less you know about something, the more you think you know about it. I can't remember what it's called. It's got a name. It's like something paradox. But it's like, if you don't know much about something and you look at it, you think that you can see all the problems because you don't really understand the problems, but you think you do because you think you've figured it out straight away. Like, oh yeah, I can see straight away. And it's actually like a known thing within humans that we can come to a new field and just sort of believe that we can work it out. Or we believe that, yeah, I could do rocket science. I'm sure it's not that hard. I'm sure I could figure it out and have a look at it. I'd be there or thereabouts. I might need a bit of a hand on a few things, but yeah, I'm sure it's not that hard. And that's actually a known, like, scientific thing that people do that. And I'd imagine there's a bit of that going on with wrestling. Again, not in this community. Certainly if you join us for a long time, we spend 2 hours before Raw, 2 hours before SmackDown, 2 hours before NXT, 2 hours before PLEs. The amount of wrestling we talk about. I don't think there's a stone that we've not looked under when it comes to wrestling conversation. So I'm not talking about anyone here, but I am talking about, like, the people that are out there that, maybe new to wrestling, maybe casual fans, which is great. They're all welcome here. I got nothing against them. We were all casual fans. I've been casual throughout my time. So no shade on casual fans. But I don't know, man. Do you really want to be taking certain people's opinions? Would you go to those same people for advice about wrestling? If you wanted to know about wrestling or understand wrestling, would you go to those people? If the answer's no, then what does their opinion matter to you? And there's a lot of that on social media. So my answer would be no. I don't think that Undertaker or Shawn would be the magic solution. Would they do better? There's not really a way of knowing unless they did the job if they would be better. But what I do know is what the majority of people think is flawed logic, because they are not comparing like for like. They are comparing a 1 hour show that has limitations with Raw and SmackDown, which is just on a completely different scale, travels the world, goes to Europe and Australia, and soon it's going to South America. And it's got loads of moving parts and loads of issues and injuries and plans that change and much more in-depth storylines. To compare that to AAA is madness. Is actually madness. And as we said, we've sort of been here before with Triple H. And look how that worked out. So we do actually have a case study as well. So there you go. A bit of an in-depth answer there. But it was one that was worth kind of digging into because it is one that kind of pops up from time to time. I know. Oh, we answered that one. Benito said, with last night's clips appearing, what do we think about Rusev no selling a finish with Javon and marching off and seemingly being unhappy with creative booking? Haven't seen the clip, to be honest. If he is a bit frustrated, I could sort of understand it. I think he's come back as an experienced heel, someone to work with talent, very much like Big Cass, well, very much like Baron Corbin. I mean, I think Big Cass is coming back to provide a bit of experience. I mean, I think genuinely, and I could be wrong, but I think that they have sat down and they've said, we've got a problem with wrestling, the in-ring action. How do we fix that? What are the issues? And I do believe one of the problems is a lack of experience. Because you've got, say, I don't know, Tiffany Stratton against Jade. I mean, Jade came in very, very green. She had matches in AEW, but they were largely short. And before that, there was no indie experience. You know, she needed to go to NXT. I don't know why they didn't do it, but they didn't do it. So she was very green. And Tiffany has shown that she's got gymnastics and, you know, she's got ability. But I think I think we've seen everything. I don't think that you can put Tiffany in the ring and she's going to give you a banger because I still don't think her skills are quite there. I think that, again, I'm going to go back to the old story of, you know, me passing my driving test and being told you don't have to be perfect. I think she's at that point where you don't have to have this all worked out, but are you good enough to continue learning on the main roster? And I think she is. You can make the argument they brought her up too soon, but I think she's got, you know, the basics. She can get in there, take bumps, cut a promo, have a match, you know. She's got a character. I think boxes are ticked, but, you know, is she at the level that, you know, she needs to be? Probably not. I mean, there's still definitely learning that needs to be done there. Is she going to improve by working with a Jade Cargill? This is a big question mark, isn't it? It's a big question mark because I don't know. What are they going to learn from each other? I mean, all they're going to get is experience, really. They're just going to get experience being out there and, you know, working with each other, maybe finding some chemistry, trying to improve, you know, working with the crowd. They can get feedback. So they will improve that way, but it's a lot better to get in there with someone that's, you know, got the skills, like an AJ Styles or someone like that, you know? So this is where I think Rusev fits in, is that I don't think they've got plans for him to be a monster world champion. I really don't. I think the plans they've got for him is, let's bring him in as this monster heel. He can get in there with the baby faces. And, you know, they can work and he can like work with them and give them feedback after and all this stuff. So for me, this is where Baron Corbin fits in. This is where Rusev fits in. And I don't know, maybe in his mind, that is not the role he was coming back to do. So if there is a frustration that's there, then I'd imagine it's because he's not quite happy about his place on the card. That, to me, would be a breakdown in communication. Because unless he was frustrated about something that had happened in the match. But I doubt it. So I didn't see the clip. But if he has kind of stormed off in a bit of a huff, then to me, that's a breakdown in communication. Where he needs to be told, listen, this is what we've got for you. Right, this is where we are. Just like how Nick Aldis would love to have come in and been a wrestler. They didn't have that for him. It was, listen, we've got a GM role for you. So come in, be the general manager, and you know, we'll see if an opportunity arises in the future. Lo and behold, it has. And of course, this weekend, he's going to be having his match. And I'm really pleased for him about that. With Rusev, come in, bring your experience. You're probably going to take a lot of L's. But, you know, you're going to get regular work. You're not going to be just sat in catering. We're always going to have people to work with. You're going to get a decent wage, and it's regular TV work. You can have some fun with it, you know, take it or leave it. I mean, to me, that's the kind of conversation you have when you know, offer the contract. So then you'd like to think that the wrestler, if they've accepted that and they understand that, you'd like to think that that person isn't going to get frustrated and upset or whatever. So I don't know. For me, maybe a breakdown in communication there, but I didn't see the clip. And to be honest, if we end up losing Rusev, it wouldn't be that big of a problem, would it? The problem is Trips wants to do long-term stories, and it doesn't jive with answering to quarter corpse, says Pat. He lost the feeling in his hands, went to get checked out. Selling dude is worried about nerve damage. Who's that, Pat? He said he lost feeling in his hands and he went to get checked out. Is that what he's saying? It's that he felt that he'd picked up an injury. That's interesting. No, I haven't seen any of this. I haven't seen any Rusev news. Mr. Dale Jr. said, do we think it's worse, Danhausen, Joe Hendry, or Bobby Lashley and his sisters? Is the This Is Your Life segment Alexa Bliss Bailey? Well, I mean, pretty much all of those, especially the This Is Your Life one, would feature in that video of worst segments. I think Old Day comes to mind as well. Is this worse? I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, all I'd say is I think if we're going to, at the end of the year, talk about the worst segments this year, I think that gets mentioned. How it compares to historically bad segments, I mean, they're just bad, aren't they? It's kind of like, for me, this one probably wasn't as bad, if I do have to compare, because I don't think the crowd were like really bored or against it. I think the cheerleaders coming out kind of brought a bit of energy, and I think that, I mean, I popped when the Mini-Hausens got in the ring. I've never cared for Joe Hendry's character. I went into this going, oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, any concert, it's rare. To be honest, I mean, I think The Rock's concerts were obviously the best. And I think that, like, anything they've tried to do since then has pretty much failed. I mean, Elias's weren't great. Elias's weren't fun. We weren't loving them at the time. But that was his gimmick. That was his shtick. And, you know, often he'd even get interrupted before he could even get into them. That was like the thing, really, was that he'd get interrupted. But, I mean, it's not like he was singing songs and we were laughing our head off. Absolutely loving it, right? So, I mean, anytime there's a concert, I sort of go in like, Jesus Christ, this is going to be a disaster. They just never get these right. And I must admit, I went into this feeling that way because I've never been a big fan of Joe Hendry's gimmick. I mean, I'm sure he's great, but it's never done it for me. It's like a cringy, cheesy kind of gimmick that I think you're either on board with or you're just not. And I said before, I feel like the train left the station with this gimmick. It started in TNA. I saw the video and all this, and it just looked cheesy. I think you either get it and get with it, or you don't. And I just never did. And I don't know, man. I don't know how people are feeling about it, or I'm feeling about him right now. But like, I must admit, I went into that segment fearing the worst. And that segment, it's a difficult one for me because it's a bad segment and it's one of the worst of the year. And I think the actual song itself sucks if you look at just what the song is. But when he's playing the organ, right, I didn't mind that because, you know, it's that old joke of he's not really playing, but it sounds amazing. So you can just sort of do that, and it's like, and it sounds really good, right? Sounds like he's an expert. So I was like, oh, okay, that's all right. I think at one point I was like, do it no hands, because then you're sort of exposing the joke, yeah? So you like do the and then you could even do that. and it still plays, right? Although that might look a bit dodgy, actually, because what are you playing it with? If you want to get a bit adult, yeah, then maybe you do that, because it suggests that you're maybe playing with something else. So anyway, I didn't mind that bit, and I didn't mind the bit where the Minihausens got in, because I mean they're pretty chaotic. They're like minions, really. No disrespect, but that's how I feel about them. You know, they're sort of these fun additional characters, like in Despicable Me. You've got, I can't remember his name. Is it Groot or whatever? That's like Danhausen. And then the Minihausens are like his minions. And I don't know if you ever saw the post-show at WrestleMania where they're like jumping on the table. The one of them had a light. And it was just, it was so much fun. And so when I saw them, but I didn't think they did loads, actually. A couple of them had kazoos. I think one of them had a triangle. I think that you could have done more with them. I think you could have done more with them than just doing that. But obviously they didn't want to, because then we go to the entranceway and then we bring out cheerleaders with Danhausen masks. I got to say, some of those girls were good looking, actually, you know. Now, I mean, it wasn't a chore to watch the LA Clippers cheerleaders, you know. Don't know about you, but I was quite happily watching that segment at that point. So again, I have to go back to what I keep saying, and that is the initial idea is rubbish. The song is rubbish. The core of this is rubbish. But I didn't mind some of the garnish that was put on. But a lot of that didn't go anywhere. So it's a bad segment. It's, you know, obviously not quite landed. There's some that have enjoyed it, but there's a lot that haven't. I think there are segments in the past, like Bobby Lashley's sisters, where I don't really remember any of it being entertaining. I don't really remember me getting anything out of it. Whereas at least with this one, I can be like, well, I didn't mind the organ bit. I didn't mind when the Minihausens arrived, because I get Minion vibes from them. Again, not disrespectful. I'm just trying to, I suppose in a way, I'm saying that because if I was booking them, that is the kind of thing I'd want them doing. I'd want them being that sort of chaotic group that just cause chaos and carnage, and you never quite know what they're going to be doing. And they're always like doing things amongst themselves. And yeah, I think you could get some inspiration from the Despicable Me series when it comes to that, right? Because I loved the way they presented them on that post-show after WrestleMania. I thought it was so much fun. They were jumping on the desk, chucking scripts around. As I said, the one of them was like trying to work a camera. The other one had a light. And they were like just causing like all kinds of chaos. They were just doing their own thing. And it was really good. So yeah, I don't know. I think there was elements to yesterday which I didn't hate. There was elements to yesterday that I thought was okay, but I can still recognize it as being like a bad segment. The core idea is bad, and they just tried to put garnish on it. They just tried to decorate it. And I didn't need the Ryan Garcia nonsense. That was just a celebrity getting involved, which I didn't need. I mean, he's a goddamn boxer as well. I mean, if he punches you, you're out cold. I didn't even pay attention as to how they sold the punches. I mean, I remember Danhausen cowering in the corner. He should be dead. This isn't an actor. This isn't flipping a musician. This is a professional boxer. One of the best. So for me, if he's going to get in and start throwing hands, you're all dead, right? You're all dead. So I didn't even really pay attention as to how they sold it. But I didn't need that. I think it was just a way of getting him involved, wasn't it? That was all. It's just a way of getting him involved. So I would say this probably compares favourably, because I don't think that this was an absolute dumpster fire where there was no entertainment to be found. I'm sure some people feel that way, but I don't know. There's elements of it that I still was like, that was okay. Rusev during the match said to Javon, I can't feel my hands, and then rolled out the ring. He was shaking his hand to get the feeling back, says Pat. Right, Pat? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, not something that I'm aware of, to be honest. So, yeah, that makes sense to me. If he is injured, that like, yeah, I think we can all agree that if you've got like an injury or you can't feel your hand or something like that, that you want to get to the back to get that sorted. So, yeah, good. I still stand by what I've said. I still believe that's his position on the cards. Hopefully it's a case that he's aware of that. We're all on the same page, and it just sounds like he was dealing with a bit of a stinger or like whatever, you know, just like where his hand has gone a bit numb. Daze, I think Seth Rollins has got Roman exactly where he wants him, as he's managed to get into his head. He will acknowledge Seth at SummerSlam. Enjoy NXT tonight, said Stuart. Stuart, thank you. Appreciate it, buds. Angel, hello, said YouTube have got a live stream, which is SummerSlam special. Yeah, is it a never-ending one? Is that one that just runs all the time or something? I'll have a look. Did you say it was on the WWE one? I'm not aware of there being like a kickoff show or... Oh my God, what's this? Oh, that was a Watch Mojo video I was watching. Yeah, WWE SummerSlam special at 1:20. Catch a full preview. Oh, right. No, it's not. It is a preview. Oh. What are they doing that for? Why are they doing that at the same time as NXT? Catch a full preview of SummerSlam 2026 and an in-depth look at the big matches. Well, that doesn't make any sense, does it? That starts at 1:20 at the same time as NXT. That seems strange. I would imagine it's just, I mean, we'll keep an eye, but I'm not expecting like exclusive interviews. I'm thinking it's probably just like all the video packages probably put together. So, but really dumb to drop that at the same time as NXT. Really dumb. So, interesting. SummerSlam special. There's only 70-odd people waiting over there. And in the chat, it's like, what's this? I don't know. And then crying face emojis. Great. So, there we go. WWE doing some WWE things. Right, let's get to the chat. Andy, hello. They're changing the jingle that they play on Netflix during the commercial break to I Believe You Are Cursed. Well, I can't wait to hear it again. Yeah, everyone's favourite song. Perhaps they'll be playing that. Perhaps it's like on the playlist of WWE Radio. Because we were asking this yesterday about do they play music? Well, listen. What a coincidence. On the day that WWE Radio drops, WWE drop an absolute banger of a track. So, coincidence? I'd imagine that that'll be all over WWE Radio. Was the Joe Hendry Danhausen concert worse than Jericho MJF, said Jim? No, definitely no. That I said I was not angry at Joe Hendry Danhausen, but I was angry at Jericho MJF. Those two were feuding. They were in a feud. They sat down to try and work out their differences, and then the thing burst into song, and they did a whole predetermined dance routine, which, to be honest with you, I'd even forgotten had happened. I'd even forgotten that had happened. I was really annoyed at that. Really annoyed. I to this day, I still don't understand the logic. I don't get it. There'd been nothing like it. It's not like this had been part of the story or whatever. And the backing parted, and there was dancing girls, and it just burst into song. And you're like, what am I watching? What is this? Two people have sat down at a table to work out their differences, and now the wall has parted and they're dancing away. I mean, if the story was actually they'd worked out their differences earlier in the day, and for some reason they've now decided that they're going to pretend to sit down and work out their differences But in actual fact, they want to use this time to do a song and dance. I mean, even that would be like, I'm sorry, run that past me again. I'm sorry. So you've already worked your differences out, and now you want to use the TV time that we think you're having to work your differences out with. You want to use that to do a song and a dance. There was people that enjoyed it. I think I don't know, I can't remember what Dave Meltzer said about it, but I don't remember everyone losing their mind over it like I did. I flipping hated it. It's one of the worst things I've seen. So, no, that actually made me angry. But Danhausen and Joe Hendry didn't make me angry. It was just bad. It was just a bad segment. I mean, they told you in advance it was going to be a concert. You know what Joe Hendry does. He gets his guitar, he sings songs. So we already knew that it was a song. And we already knew that it was a concert and that it was happening. And, you know, there was a couple of surprises like the Minihausens and the cheerleaders. Yeah, fine. I can see them being a part of it. Ryan Garcia getting involved. Okay, didn't need it, but whatever. Yeah, there wasn't really any part of it that made me angry. It was just sucked. It was just bad. The song was rubbish. So, no, I'd say that Jericho one was worse. For me, personally. What do we think about YouTube Netflix thing in 2027? I don't know what that is. Pat said, I've had some neck issues. I hit my funny bone. Feeling your whole calm is pretty disconcerting. Yeah, well, I've hit my funny bone in the past, and boy, it's horrible, isn't it? It's funny, actually. Funny bones and hitting your funny bone. I feel like that's something you do as a kid. I haven't done that as an adult. Perhaps I've lost my funny bone. I don't know. I don't want to hit it now. I don't even know if I could find it, actually. Is it like around here, maybe? I think it's on the joint, isn't it? And then, like, you feel it here. Oh, God, that's like a kid thing. I haven't thought about hitting my funny bone for about 21 years. I forgot the tune that they played, but I've got a feeling I'm going to be reminded, said Sam DeMan. Jim said you're welcome for me reminding you. Yeah, well, thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it, but hope you're doing well. I think Joe, Peter, Big E are going to preview the card. They have done it on previous pay-per-views, said Bishop. Well, I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure they have, but I don't remember them doing it like days before and randomly at like 1:20 on a Tuesday at the same time as NXT. Like the actual show itself doesn't shock me, but I mean, well, it does a little actually, because you have countdowns and you have kickoffs. So the kickoff is that hour where Michael Cole brings people on stage. And then the countdown is normally the panel of Big E and Joe and everything. But that normally happens right before the PLE. Are you telling me that we've done a completely separate show days and days before with Big E and everyone? Because I don't think I've seen that. I know that we did a weird show at Fanatics Fest, which I think might have been the Michael Cole kickoff one. Perhaps we're not doing that Friday. Perhaps we've done it at Fanatics Fest. They might do another one on Friday, I don't know. But normally it happens just before SmackDown. And we normally end up being around a bit longer. We'll start earlier, do that, and then go into SmackDown. And that's normally the one where Michael Cole's outside the arena and, you know, all that stuff. Well, they've kind of already done that at Fanatics Fest the other weekend, and we covered it. And we didn't know what to expect, but it was all right, actually. It wasn't bad. Triple H came out and had a bit of fun with someone that was dressed up as him. And obviously we got the Gunther Oldest match made official. Bit of Danhausen fun and Minihausen terrorizing Liv, and it was okay. I mean, it was fine. It was just something to do on a Sunday, really. But I don't know about this show. I don't know about this like special show that's a few days before and all this stuff. So I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it, but I don't think there's going to be. I'll be disappointed if there is, because what am I meant to be watching? I mean, I'm trying to watch NXT. Why have you dropped this at the same time? I've got to think that it's just video packages and, you know, just watch it whenever type stuff. But if it's all going to have exclusive interviews and everything, I will be a bit like, what are you doing that for? Couldn't you have dropped it like tomorrow or something? I mean, the only thing that WWE have got tomorrow is Evolve. And that's only on for like 40 odd minutes. So, I mean, you could have dropped it on Wednesday rather than Tuesday. But I don't know. Rather than getting upset about something we don't even know what it is yet, let's wait and see what it is. Why is it called a funny bone? It's not going to make you laugh when you hit it. No, but it does make other people laugh. If you hit yours now, I would be in hysterics. So that's why it's called the funny bone. Because other people find it funny. Horrific for you, but fantastic for us. Daze, do we think Shiloh should go full scary, creepy gimmick? I feel like we need the scary stuff again. I currently don't know if Shiloh is good enough to deliver it. I don't find it works with Shiloh. I think Shiloh might be trying too hard. I get Shiloh's creepy stuff to me comes across like Man at Halloween. You know, like where he tries to act creepy and laugh like manically and beware of the fog and all this stuff. But it's just not landing. It's not landing. He's not Bray. He's not Bray. He's not got the nuance of it. I think he's probably a dude that enjoys horror films, that thinks he can probably deliver something along those lines, but I don't know if he understands the horror films and the horror genre in the way that Bray did. Because I think Bray understands the way that you build tension, and I think he understands character, and I think he understood the way that you would actually structure these things, and I think he understands what makes things scary. I think there is a passion for horror films there on an analytical level. And I think that this is why Bray was able to create his own world that resonated so well. Whereas I think with Shiloh, I do just worry that someone somewhere has decided he's got a look and let's try and make him a bit creepy. And I'm not sure that anyone in that process has got that same analytical mind. And do you remember when like Tristan went under the ring and Shiloh was under there and he was like, beware the fog, beware the fog, and all stuff like this? I was like, what the hell's he on about? Where's this come from? What does he mean, beware the fog? What does that mean? What's this character? What's this about? And like, it just feels a bit Man at Halloween knocking on the door. Beware the fog. Sandra, have we got any more candy? There's like a 30-year-old man here that's telling me to beware of the fog. Have we used it up? Sorry, we haven't got no more. We gave it the kids. Aren't you a bit old for this, by the way? It's giving me those vibes. So I'm sure that with time and, you know, nuance, we could maybe get somewhere, but this ain't worked for me so far. This ain't worked for me at all. So, I don't know. It's still early. He has got a look that could lend itself. I mean, you could absolutely see him being a lost member of the Wyatt family. You know, if we had Bray, Harper, and Rowan, and we needed another member, I mean, Shiloh fits in like a flipping hand in a glove. But just because he's got the look, it doesn't mean that he's got the ability to actually deliver a character like this. So it's difficult. Yeah, I'm always down for us going into that sort of grey area, digging into that darkness. I love what Bray brought. And I love the Funhouse, and I really love the Fiend and the world he was building. And I think the frustration for me of the Wyatt Six, we got so excited by that. A lot of people jumped off that train early, but we kept riding it, kept hoping, because we kept saying that it's not going to take much to turn this round. You know, you've just got to start presenting it the way it should have been presented, and it can still work. Because if Summer is cool, if Summer is engaging, it doesn't really matter if it wasn't before. If it is now, people will turn around and go, do you know what? I'm actually starting to feel the Wyatts. What they were doing before sucked, but actually what they're doing now is quite good. I never thought that it was a lost cause. I always thought there was an opportunity to turn the Wyatts around. And that's why I never jumped off the train. But then, of course, the train got derailed and flipping, they all got released. But I always thought there was still hope there. And I don't know. I mean, look, let's see. Right now, it's not grabbing me with Shiloh. He's got a good look. He could be the lost Wyatt family member. In fact, you could even, I don't know, imagine if Bo came back and was like a bit of a manager for Shiloh. And we actually move Shiloh more in that direction. I mean, that could be really interesting. Imagine if Bo was like talking about how Sister Abigail had sent another sheep to carry on Bray's work. And, you know, that person turns out to be Shiloh. You could do that. Obviously, you would change his look and you would change his music, his mannerisms. You might put a sheep mask on him. You know, you could potentially do something along those lines. Or it doesn't have to be part of the Bray universe. You know, you could do something different. Could go down his own path. But so far, it's not grabbed me. So far, it does. I'm just not buying it. But it could get there eventually. Aki said the massacre for the Wyatt Six was the start of something. Then they just had them in like generic tag matches. We acted like WWE didn't just get completely terrorized. Yeah. Do you know, I think that the Wyatt Six was actually too big for WWE in the sense of I don't think WWE has got many occasions in its history where it's been able to get everyone on the same page to deliver a story of that magnitude. You might look at like Nexus, where they managed to achieve it, but then you could point to, say, Retribution, where it failed. And sadly, you got to point to the Wyatt Six, where it failed, because I think, and the criticism came straight from the debut. So I love Nightbirds. We got to them doing the massacre. Loved a lot of the imagery, but you're absolutely right. If that had happened and there were bodies all backstage and people had been attacked, not just Gable, I mean, technicians had been attacked, right? You've got to sell that. You've got to sell that. The commentators didn't know how to sell it. Michael Cole did my head in because you'd have a segment with the Wyatts. And, you know, a tape would be handed over and all this. Michael would then have to try and get back to the rest of the show. And the only way he could think to do it would be like, well, I don't know what that was, but anyway, moving on. And that would be it. And we'd just move on and then, you know, it'd be the rest of the show as normal. The other thing that was quite annoying was backstage, I always remember Jey Uso getting interviewed immediately after Raw had ended. And there being like unseen interview footage. I think it was Kathy Kelly talking to Jey. And it was like, what do you think about what's just happened? And Jey was like, I don't want nothing to do with that. You know, that looks creepy, man. I don't want nothing to do with it. And then I think they end up laughing and joking about something. It's like, dude, there's bodies everywhere, right? The whole landscape has changed. The Wyatt Six have just not just come in and just attacked Chad. They've put everyone on notice. The last thing you can be doing is having a bit of a laugh and a joke, or, you know, not taking it. I mean, that should have been the focus. It should have been, Kathy, I don't want to talk right now. I just want to get out this building, and I suggest you do as well. And Kathy being like, but can I speak to you about tonight? You want to talk about tonight, Kathy? Have you just seen what's happened? Kathy, we are not safe right now. I mean, like, the whole interview would needed to have focused on what the flip had just happened with that massacre. But it didn't. It was, can I get a few words on what's just, yeah, I don't want nothing to do with that. And then it was just on to something else. And the thing is, if commentators and backstage interviewers and other wrestlers are just going to go, I'm not sure what that was, but anyway, or I'm not sure what that was, I don't want nothing to do with it. You know, it's not, you're not selling it. It's like being punched in the face and going, You know, rather than like, oh, and like really, you know, selling it and going against the ropes and like, Jesus. I mean, there's a big difference between those two. And it did feel like even from the very beginning with that massacre, there was elements that just felt like parts of that company did not know how to react and how to sell what had just happened. And that was a big red flag for me straight away. Straight away, that was, we've not had a big meeting on this, have we? We have not grabbed everyone before this show started and got everyone on the same flipping page. We have not told everyone that this is the launch and we're doing this for Bray and you sell the hell out of this attack at the end. This is changing landscape stuff, you know? And to me, if you're not going to have those conversations and you're not going to set that tone and you're not going to get people on the same page and whatever, it's gonna start falling apart. You can't just treat it as another segment. You can't just treat it as another segment. It can't just be, well, that's unfortunate. Anyway, you know, you can't, you're killing it. You're killing it. And I do think stories of that scale are just maybe too big for WWE. For one reason or another, they just can't deliver that. It's just, maybe there's too many moving parts. I don't know. But it's, for me, that was a red flag. I liked the tapes then getting delivered where we could actually, you know, hear from them. That was good. And really after that, that was it. That was it. I mean, do you remember when they kidnapped The Miz? And, you know, he convinced them to let them go and then he made them look like idiots for doing that. They scared the hell out of him and he swore that he was not going to cross their paths. And then he goes running to Final Testament, which is Authors of Pain and Carrying Cross. And, you know, I think Howdy gets low blowed or something. And it's like, you've just made the Wyatt Six look like absolute goofs. They should have scared Miz within an inch of his life. I mean, just all throughout. And then, like, obviously there's injuries and we know about Bo and, you know, I think he had some personal problems. Then his dad's falling ill. And so they had to deal with all of that. When they brought them back, I think they recognized that it was just too much for them, WWE. So they just made him a tag team, which I don't know. I mean, to me, that's obviously giving up on them. But at least you're trying to do something with them. But, I mean, we weren't digging into the characters. We weren't getting Firefly Funhouse episodes. We weren't expanding the worlds. We weren't doing any of the stuff that the fans wanted. I mean, I feel like Nightbird sold us a bill of goods of something so exciting. And then what we actually ended up getting was just... It's like ordering a really nice table and chairs from Amazon and you can picture it in your living room and you're like, Jesus, this is going to look so good. It's going to look amazing at Christmas. And the price is so good as well. And then it arrives and it's that big. It's actually a dollhouse one. And it's like, you feel like you've been cheated. And that was the Wyatt Six. Nightbird promised us all this depth and story. And what we ended up getting was just none of it. And the company couldn't deliver it and sell it, and it was very frustrating. And a lot of people just gave up very quickly, which I don't blame them for. We kept riding with it, but it didn't get anywhere. So I don't know, man. When it comes to Shiloh, yeah, it'd be great to dig into the darker side of things. Is it going to work? Probably not. Probably not. WWE just struggle with those kinds of things. Obviously, we've got Undertaker as a great example of where it has worked. But unfortunately, I think we have to say that that was actually a pretty rare example. We have to say that when we've done the darker stuff, more often than not, it actually has not landed. So we'll have to wait and see with Shiloh. But so far, not brilliant. Jared said, I've not seen the review from last night. I don't think anything clicked. Everything felt a bit off. How did you find Raw? I found it to be okay. I gave it a 6. I really enjoyed Raquel winning the Intercontinental Championship. I thought Ethan against Ray was a good match. I thought the main event segment was quite interesting. It didn't blow my mind, but you know, there's always stuff to dig into with Seth and Roman, and I think it's a nice refresher as well. You know, Seth saying to Roman, "You've got me beat in so many different places. You're better than me in so many different ways, but there's one way that you will never be better than me, and that is when it comes to professional wrestling." And it is true that Seth has always got the edge over Roman in that capacity. Roman's never beaten Seth in a high-profile match. So I thought that was fine. You know, didn't massively influence my score, but it didn't drag it down either. Vision against Alpha Academy probably felt about the same. Didn't influence my score, didn't drag it down too much. I mean, a lot of segments could have been better, but again, it was a go-home show. And I think that, again, because I went into it knowing it was a go-home show, knowing to not have expectations too high, knowing that more often than not, these shows are nothing special, knowing that don't treat this like a normal Raw, which sounds bad, but history tells us to not treat go-home shows like normal Raws. You know, as a result, I felt like I got what I was expecting and probably a touch more. I really didn't expect Raquel. I think Raquel does a bit of heavy lifting for me. I mean, I was struggling with Soul. I was struggling with Soul as champion. And so this is a very welcome change. And I do like Raquel. I think she's gone through a lot. She's had that skin issue. And, you know, I've seen those videos of her crying her eyes out, heartbroken, because, you know, she's reached the big time and her body is obviously rejecting or whatever's happening. She's having allergic reactions or I don't know. There's something cell syndrome that she had. And she's been through some real heartache. And this was her first singles championship. So to say that nothing important happened, I think would be a bit wrong. I think that it was a big deal for her to actually get that championship. And I suppose it just depends how much you care, really. I like her. I'm pleased for her. It was a moment that I definitely would have wanted to have watched, and that, you know, really influences my score. Plus, I don't think there was too many segments that really dragged my score down. Even the Danhausen thing, as we said, there was elements in there that were okay. The overall segment, to me, was bad. It is one of the worst Raw segments of the year. I think we could have predicted it. As soon as we heard Joe Hendry concert, again, I'm not being rude, but they just do not do it for me. So as soon as I saw Joe Hendry concert, I was like, I mean, do you remember the other flipping concert, which was Ricky Saints on NXT? That got flipping roasted. I mean, even that was one that people were like, this sucks. They should just not do concert segments because they just don't work. They just don't land the way they think they're landing or whatever. Too many of them miss, man. Really, they're just not good. So, yeah, it was not an episode that was wildly well received. It was an episode that was seen as being one of the poorer ones. But I do have to keep going back to the fact that it was a go-home show. For example, let me just show you. This is 411 Mania. They gave it an 8, which doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest, but they've been reviewing shows for a long time. This was a show designed to get ready for SummerSlam. It worked. Reigns Rollins feels a lot bigger, and the 6-man tag got a nice push. I'm more interested in SummerSlam than I was coming in, and it would be great to see them pay that off this weekend. You do need a show like this. And if nothing else, maybe it can get them to break the 30,000 tickets a night, you know, in that 60,000 plus seat stadium they're in for back-to-back nights. Anyway, a solid effort here. I think they have broken 30,000, actually. I think, for me, I'm looking for them to get to 40,000. Because we did get word coming out about tickets, WrestleTix. So yeah, here. WrestleTix. This was 9 hours ago. It's set up for 34,000. They've done 32.6. So it has broken 30,000. It's at 32.6 with, well, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We've still got like 4 days to go. In the past few days, they've managed to shift. I don't know where the numbers are. I heard it was like about 2,000 tickets in the past couple of days. I think there's an outside chance that hits 40,000, which at the end of the day, it's not great. We know that, seats on the map, there's 72. Last year, they did 50. So if they end up doing 40, it's an L, isn't it? I mean, it is an L, but it's maybe not as bad of an L as what it was looking like not long ago. Just for balance, because I do like balance, that was 411 Mania. If we go to Cage Match and have a look, I know that this is low on Cage Match, 2.9. So 411 Mania are going 8 out of 10. This was the go-home show that it needed to be. But on over here, only 43 votes, but, still noteworthy. 2.9. So I gave it a 6. Obviously, I would go down rather than up. So I gave it a 6, but the vast majority are in that 2 to 4 range. So that's where people are. People not loving Javon Rusev as much as our community. They gave it 619. Boyaka, boyaka. Ethan and Ray, they scored higher. I think Javon Rusev was better, but Ethan Ray was still decent. I'm not down on those scores being a touch higher than that, actually. 6.6, sorry, and 6.1. The tag match was pretty throwaway. New champ, though, I enjoyed that more than 5.7. The match itself probably doesn't set the world on fire, but I wouldn't be down on that being a 6. I could vibe with that being a 6, that being a 7, that being 7.25, something along those lines. These scores for the matches feel a little light. That definitely feels light. It's basically a 3. I'm higher than that. So, Cage Match have gone that way. 411 Mania have gone with an 8. You lot were kind of in between like me. I feel like you've got 411 Mania on the one extreme, Cage Match on the other extreme. We were sort of in the middle. So, yeah, we were, honestly, the truth is, people are all over the road with this episode of Raw. It's kind of really sparked lots of, opinion. So, it's a go-home show. I wouldn't have expected much from it in the first place. And Jared said, in Triple H's defense, does he get 100% say, or do TKO and Netflix get the final say? No, he gets the final say. Netflix, they might ask for certain wrestlers. They might want certain things, or they might give a few feedback points, but the bulk of the show is him and the creative team. Netflix might just say, listen, can we get a bit more star power, or can we, build to a big match or something? There's going to be very loose notes coming from Netflix, but there will be some bits. But they're not booking the shows, and neither are TKO. I mean, I think TKO are completely out of it, apart from when it's time to build to, say, a WrestleMania, and they want to shove a pat in or something like that. So I would say Triple H is 99% say. It's 100% most of the time, but there's just going to be the odd time where there's the other person that jumps in. But by and large, it's Triple H. Shining Wizard said, is it Zoom that you use for Wrestle Feuds? Yes. Yes, it is. I don't believe you need it on your computer. I believe that you just click the link and you just follow it. So if ever you're on, you just click the link and it's done. So yeah, it's very simple. We've never had issues with it. The only thing that has happened a few times is I don't think we've ever had camera problems, but normally if someone's on for the first time, for some reason, the microphone might not always connect straight away. I would just say if you're joining for the first time, just really have a look at the settings, have a look at your microphone settings, make sure that it's connected, it's working. I've never done it, actually. I've never joined a Zoom, so I'm not sure what it looks like, but whenever I join Tommy for the web, it always asks me, is this the right camera? Is this the microphone? And normally you've got like a bit of a soundbar to see if your voice is coming through. So it should tell you that way if it's working and if it's connected, because you should be able to see that soundbar moving. And then as long as that's all good, okay, join, bish bash bosh. It's very straightforward. Just might take a couple of minutes, and then that's it. And then if anyone comes on, it's like, hey, how you doing? Lovely to see you. Any questions? No? Okay, if we're all good, we'll do the game first. We'll do the chat after. And then we go straight into it. So we don't really talk too much before. We go into the game, and then that's everything you've seen. Then we do the chat, and then afterwards it's like, that was great. I mean, to be honest, it's always been great. I've never had anyone on that's been a problem, or there's never been anyone on that I would never have back. Honestly, absolutely everyone that's been on Wrestle Feuds, welcome to return, because it's just been great. It's been a lot of fun. But, you know, we do talk a lot about how we're a, you know, good community and people are there for each other. And I know a lot of you talk in DMs or go onto the Discord with Dormouse and Sunny or whatever. So I think that, you know, it's a fairly close-knit community in places. And it's no surprise to me that when people come on Wrestle Feuds, it's normally pretty chilled and good, and yeah. So no one should ever worry about coming on. I know what it's like to feel a bit anxious of like, oh, I don't know how this is going to go. Oh God, what if he's nasty and all this stuff? But we've never, ever, ever had any issue. It's always been a lot of fun. In fact, the problem I have is so many people keep asking if they can come back on. So trying to accommodate everyone. So what we're doing is we've got a few weeks left of Wrestle Feud. Then it'll go away for a bit because two things. One, they've updated it. So I need to move over to the new system, which you have to download and all this stuff. And I feel like there's going to be technical issues. So that's not just going to be like a night. I think it's going to take a bit of work to get it sorted. The other thing as well is I need to build up a catalogue of questions because every week now I'm having to try and think of new questions, and it's hard because we've done so many. We've done so many questions now that it's like, oh, don't know what to ask anymore. I mean, if you ask anything too obscure, people struggle to find any of the answers. If you ask anything that's too easy, it kind of isn't that. You've got to sort of hit that sweet spot, really. You've got to find that sweet spot where it's not too hard, but it's not too easy. It's really hard. It's challenging. So, yeah, Wrestle Feud will probably go away. And I think what we'll replace it with is probably just chats with community members, because I still want to bring people on. But I love the chats. I love getting to know people and how long have you been into wrestling? What wrestling stories have you got? What merch have you got? What's your favourite piece of merch? What's your favourite ever wrestling moment? Have you ever met a wrestler? There's so much stuff to, like, talk about. And I could see people that that didn't want to play the game coming on and wanting to have a chat. So it might be that this actually opens the door to maybe some people coming in that just didn't want to do the Wrestle Feud game, but they're quite happy to have a chat. So I'm quite interested to see how that goes as well. But that's not me getting rid of Wrestle Feud. It's been a big success. I knew it would. I felt like it would work. And I think it's been thumbs up. So yeah, it's been really good, but it does need to switch over. I do need to build up a catalogue of questions, and I think it'll be good to give some people an opportunity that maybe don't want to do the game but do want to come on. Probably be good to give them a chance. So that's all happening in the near future. Right, 8 minutes. Bronson Reed is scheduled to do a SummerSlam watch-along in Toronto. So rule his return out that night. Uncle Rebel, thank you. Bishop said, Daze, L to cage match We get double, if not triple, the votes from the polls in this community, said Bishop. Yeah, it is true. I mean, I like Cage Match because I don't, to my knowledge, there's nothing else like it. You can actually go back to like the first episode of Raw and SmackDown. You can go back to WrestleMania 1. You can look at every PLE, and there's people that have shared their opinions on every show, right? Pretty much every show. I don't think I've clicked on a show yet that's had no votes or feedback. Like, because I'm actually compiling at the moment, and I have shown this before, but I'm happy to show it again. I am compiling at the moment all the scores from previous Raws and bits, and it's very interesting. So again, there's work going on behind the scenes. I know people are frustrated at no one's seen and stuff like this. I think you can see the new graphics that have come in. You'll start to see the new reaction clips coming out. And I'm doing this work as well. I mean, look at all this data that's been entered, right? So this is like Raw every year. And you can see every week the score that it got in Cage Match. So the number in the brackets is how many votes that it got. And most weeks it's like 20 or 30 votes. But pretty much every week, I don't think there's a single week I've found yet where there isn't a vote. So I can tell you, like, the average score for the 90s on Cage Match, if you took the average score for Raw in the 90s on Cage Match, it is 5.4 out of 10. 5.4 is the average score. The average score for Raw in 1999 was 6.4. The average score for 98 was 6.4. The average score for 97 was 6.2. The average score for 96 was 5 out of 10. So, I mean, you can see here the green is where it's 7 or above. You can see a real cluster of greens there. These white ones let the average down, of course. I mean, look at that. 25 votes. The 5th of September, 1998, scored a 3.8. I mean, you would think that every single show in the Attitude Era was just killing it. But no, 3.8 for that one. Over here, we've got 4.7 in 1999, 3.9 in earlier of 1998. This is all Attitude Era. This is peak Attitude Era. And there are still Raws delivering 4s and 5s. It's only the ones in green that are 7 or above. So these are the averages. I just think it's really interesting information. Really interesting information. I can't do that. This community can't do that because we have not scored all the old shows. So I wish Cage Match was used more. I wish that there was more feedback on it. I wish it wasn't just 30 votes for each show. I wish it was 300. I wish it was more like the kind of numbers we get on these streams. But because there is no other database that I'm aware of that's this detailed that can give you this much information. But you're not wrong. It's, you know, it's a glimpse, and you just have to take it as just a glimpse. You know, you can't. It's not gospel, but it's an idea. You know, I mean, for example, yesterday was sort of seen as not being a great episode of Raw, and Cage Match does reflect that. Was it as bad as that Cage Match score? I would say no. But I think as a rough glimpse, you can tell if it was a good show or a bad show. I think the average Joe on the street is saying it was a bad show, and Cage Match is reflecting that. So it's good in that regard. But yeah, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. This is not the Bible. This isn't like, you know, flipping gospel. But yeah, I wish it was used more because I think it's a really good tool. Carl, shout out to you. Has it been said yet who the participations are for the women's qualifier? Yeah, it's Julia against Lash. Julia against Lash. They don't know what to do with many wrestlers, said Rapturous. Bloodline, Judgment Day, Vision, MFT, Wyatt 6, Final Testament, Damage Control, etc. Is there any word on if Sheamus will wrestle again? He won't in WWE. His contract's up, I think, in a few months' time, and, you know, he's already kind of said that he's done, it's over. So I don't expect him in WWE. Until he leaves, then, you know, we need to see kind of where he ends up going. I would imagine he'll probably want a goodbye match. I mean, I can't imagine that he's just done and he's going to go and that's it. I would imagine he'll probably want something, some way of saying goodbye. So I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, I know there's been chatter about, like, would AEW be interested? Maybe they would. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be a good pickup or not. I mean, I think it'd be good if you could use him sparingly, but I don't think you're going to invest heavily in him because, well, I just don't know that his body can hold up to it. He tends to pick up injuries quite regular now. And obviously he's past his prime, but I mean, using him as a mystery opponent and using him as a mystery tag partner and bringing him in as like a bit of an attraction here or there. Yeah, there's got to be some value to that. Definitely. There's got to be some value to that. Do we think that Cam Hendrix has got a chance of being the new North American champion, said Matty O? No, he's got a chance. I'm not expecting a new champion. But he's got a chance because you might want to free Myles Borne up to go after something a bit bigger. Although I would debate how much this mid-card championship has actually helped Myles. I don't know if he's massively gone up in your estimation as a result of this. So I would question that as to whether this has, you know, really elevated his stock. Okay, live event is about to start. So we are about to get underway with NXT. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Okay, NXT is beginning. One thing I find annoying, as soon as Sheamus left, ARW stars started throwing shots at him, trying to create buzz. I don't know how to feel about that, says Aki. Don't know, but I didn't see. I don't really follow any AEW stars, so. But again, as you said, wrestlers trying to create buzz is normal. It happens. This is what we were saying about, like, you know, maybe don't fall for some of it. Like, I don't know what Bayley's doing at the moment. It could be she's just trying to create buzz with some of her comments. Is it noteworthy? Yeah. Would we include it in an unseen? Yeah, of course. Because it could lead to something. But I don't know. I don't know if it is. Okay, we're at NXT. We've got fans on their feet chanting away, and we're just looking back to last week where we had a championship match go down. Street fight between Naraku and Tony. The poison mist. So we're just seeing Naraku and Tony brawling. Matteo said, do you remember Lola Kendall next week underground match? Lola has never lost an underground match, but she is expected to get called up, so most likely losing. It's Bryn. Hello. What do we do in Naraku? He's lost twice. Does he go for a third? It's a good question. I actually thought he stood a chance of winning last week. So they, I don't think, had figured out the name last week. There were more questions than answers last week, says Vic. Is that going to be Cruz Montana or whatever. Oh, it's Grayson! Grayson's in the ring! Yes! Yes! This is what we need! Okay, Grayson Waller's in NXT. This is good. People have been asking about where is he? Yeah. He's talking about how everything was going good. And then something changed. Maybe I was too honest. Whoa! Okay, I'm loving this. Is he talking about theory? Yeah, they were. Never before, never since have they chanted his name. Oh, he calls Theory Marty Jannetty. Yeah, now he's talking about his time with New Day. I wore the silly hat. Oh my God. This is so good. But it's a new day, said Grayson. Grayson's in NXT and he's cooking, mate. He's cooking. I'm hungrier than I've ever been. I've got demons. He wants the NXT championship. That championship used to mean something. I love that. Oh my God, put the belt on him. Put the belt on him now. Johnny Gargano. Oh, I get treated like a Netflix ad break comedy act. I'm here to take the NXT title, mate. We're back. We're back. Who's going to stop me? Cruz Montana? I know these people. They're not going to care about you in a few weeks. He's cooking, mate. They're giving him loads of time. Hey, Tony, why don't you come and do something? Oh. I'm going to send you back to that ugly newborn bait. Look, this guy's like, wrap it up, wrap it up. Tell Sean to tune up the band if he's got a problem with what I'm saying. Send out one of you guys, Sean. We got some HBK chants. Hey, NXT roster, get off your phone. I know you're probably doing a TikTok. The men's roster is soft. They've just given him a microphone, told him to go out there, get it off your chest, haven't they? You fat flops will love this one. The women are going to run laps around you, boys. What a line. 10% are ready to be called up back there, and they're all women. Dudes, Jesus. What's the reaction going to be when he goes to the back? What's the reaction going to be? Are they going to be like... I think he's going to go to the back and they're all going to be like... Yeah, you're so good, all you indie talent. Put a microphone in their hands. Deep down inside, HBK is smiling because I'm finally telling the truth. Brilliant. I don't need your support. I'm cooking right now, says Grayson. Yeah, shut up. Telling them to shut up's going to make them love him more. He always had this ability. I'm starting to remember who Grayson Waller is. Oh, they've cut the mic. They've cut the mic. Just as he was starting to cook. Well, there we go. We go to commercial break. Let's get thoughts on that, shall we? They cut to commercial. They did. We've had one thing on the show so far. It's took up 10 minutes, and it's going to create a buzz. It's brilliant for him. It's brilliant for them. I don't really know what else you need to say. Cooked, killed it, delivered, fantastic. Has Waller took lessons on how to pipe bomb, said Colin. Do you know, I don't think he has. I think he's always had this ability. We've had conversations about him in the past and conversations around like how excited we were for him coming up. You mean, do you remember when he was doing the Grayson Waller Effect show? He's always had that talking ability to the point where they gave him a talk show. I don't know why we moved away from that. I think it's because those segments weren't really delivering the kill shots that you would want. And I don't even know why they weren't delivering the kill shots. Was that down to Grayson? Was that down to creative? I don't have the answer to that. I don't know. But what I do know is that this ability that he just had to deliver what he's just delivered, I think he's always had. I think he's always had that. For some reason, we've just never dug into it. But I'm so pleased we have here. So pleased we have. Do you remember I said a few weeks ago it'd be a good idea to send him to NXT, said Sanan? Yep. And it is. And it's brilliant. And it's main roster support, isn't it? I mean, whether he's now down permanently or he's just kind of stopping by for a coffee and a sandwich, I don't know. But yeah, he is definitely someone that can add to this. He immediately he strengthens the top end of that cards. And for a long time, people have said, you know, we need support there. Are we bringing in Takahashi? Is Enzo Big Cass coming in? Are they going to be, you know, strengthening that? Is Baron Corbin coming in? Zilla coming in? Is Mike Santana coming in? Is Leon Slater coming in? Is there someone from the main roster that can help? Should we use Johnny more? Well, they've turned to Grayson Waller, and well, unsurprisingly, it's a great success. Grand Prairie said, Daze, that was epic. Absolutely epic. It's the pipe bomb of 2026, said TJF. Suzanne said, pipe bomb award goes to Grayson Waller. Dean said, I'm glad that he's gone down there. He can really show what he can do now. AB said it was a really good segment, smooth pacing, clean reactions in the chat. It didn't drag, solid energy. Yeah, so good. I got to tell you, though, the great thing about pipe bombs are, you know, there is a truth to them. And I think what he's just said is how a lot of people feel. You know, there's not loads of people ready. And of those that are ready, they're women. And, you know, he just said about how the indie talent come in, look good in the ring, but give them a microphone, they don't know what to do. They're charisma vacuums. Mason Rook said, I'm tired of people saying we're not it. Okay, Lizzy's coming down. Yeah. Yeah, man. Ready to make it rain. Lizzy Rain making her way down to the ring. Rock on, man. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Lizzy Rain is coming down to the ring where she's going to be in action first. We are going to end at poll in a second, so if you haven't voted, get your votes in. Let's go down here and change this over. It's Lizzy versus Izzy. Okay, we're going to end the poll as well, and we're going to see kind of what people thought. Over, under 4 slip-ups of names by you on this show. Booker like that. Okay, here we go. Here's Izzy then making her way down. Waller could carry the attention and attitude with anyone he faces. He could start a winning streak. This could be an epic restart, said Mr. B Light. You lot said that was all-time 52%. We have just witnessed an all-time segment. That is special. You don't really need me to tell you that's special, but it is special. It's really once in a blue moon. It'll only happen a handful of times each year that we'll see an all-time segment. And we have just been treated to a legit all-time segment there. Amazing. Amazing. I agree. And you know what? It's not even just a little bit all time. It's like comfortably all time. 52%, over half of you voted all time. Surprisingly, 1% of you said it was bad. Okay, got to get your thoughts on what Grayson Waller just said. That's interesting, isn't it? Booker T said a lot of these guys treat this as just another reality show. They treat this as another reality show. And if this doesn't work out for them, they'll just go to the next reality show. Chop coming in there by Lizzy. Nice go behind there by Lizzy. Against the ropes. Izzy and Lizzy. Ah, lovely. Matrix. Bang. We got the render on the screen. You know, the wrestler renders. They're on the screen just above the crowds. And lovely work there by Lizzy. Throwing in some chops. There's been a lot of chatter about that. About how the images are on the screens. Right now, Lizzy going over. Back elbow coming in there by Lizzy. Lizzy is climbing up. Ah. Ah. Back of her neck. Ah. Clothesline. Down she goes. The 1% was Theory, said Jack. He cooked Theory, didn't he? Jeez, he cooked Theory. He was talking about carrying a dead weight and how they never chanted his name before he was with him. And they've not chanted his name after he was with him. But they did chant his name when they were together. Referred to him as the Marty Jannetty. Mate, trying to break that thing down. I'm so glad we don't do breakdowns. I'd have to try and figure out how to talk about that whole 10-minute promo. There was so much stuff in it. Everyone got it. Nice kick there by Lizzy. Lizzy throwing in a big chop. Robbie said Izzy could join the Vision and then Bron would instantly be happier. That's true. She'd look good in that group, actually. Well, I say look good. She probably needs to lose those stupid boots. Back elbow there by Lizzy. Talking bad about Theory, and Waller does it from an NXT ring whilst Theory is cooking in the Vision, says Billy. Well, listen, he's got frustrations. NXT have given him the microphone to express those, and he's got it off his chest, and he's just delivered a monster segment. This is going to be a big opportunity for him. I completely agree. This is a real chance now for him to really kind of get, you know, some momentum. I'm very much looking forward to seeing kind of what he does with this opportunity. Okay, we are at commercial break. How has Reina Volcan not been given an NXT championship match? She's had one match. She made her debut last week, but that was her first match in WWE. Right now, we're underway with Izzy. Standing over Lizzy Rain. Daze, I hope you're good. I wonder why WWE is premiering a SummerSlam special right now. I don't know. We spoke about it before. I couldn't get my head around it. Why did it start at 20 past as well? I mean, why is it on at the same time as NXT is a great question, but why did it start at 20 past? Okay, 1, 2, no joy. Over against the ropes. To the outside goes Izzy, she's getting back in the ring. Oof. Shot coming into the back of the leg. Headbutt coming in there by Lizzy. She's looking for a suplex. No joy. Yeah. Joy. Oh, she felt that. She felt that. 1, 2. No joy. Kick out. Nico on the outside. Watching on. Okay, right now we've got lovely work here by Izzy. We're still at commercial break. Lizzy breaking out of it. Clothesline there by Izzy. Back up on her feet. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Kick coming in. Kicks there by Izzy. Just reading the Sirius FM thing at the moment. They've just got the schedule. I was just trying to get my head around it. So Busted Open starts at 9 a.m. and goes till 12. So that's 3 hours. Then they've got Not Sam for 2. Off the Ropes for 2. And What's Your Story? Raw recap. But it only goes up to 4 p.m. So what happens between, like, I don't know, 6 p.m. to 9 a.m.? Where's the rest of the schedule? Because it's 24/7, isn't it? Where's the rest of it? So I was just reading that because I haven't seen a breakdown of what's on. Chop coming in. We're coming back from commercial break now. Coming back from commercial break. Lizzy unloading. Chop, chop, chop. Oof. Lovely work there by Izzy Dame. That looked great. Through the ropes goes Lizzy. Yeah. Vic did say that Booker was going to make some mistakes on this one with Lizzy and Izzy. And he does, right as they come back from commercial break. Lizzy is climbing up, perched, launched, drop kick, down goes Izzy. She goes back against the ropes. Charging over, clothesline, down goes Izzy, and again. Oh, kick, no, kick does land. Grabs her, picks her up, drives her down. Good work there by Lizzy. Izzy over in the corner. Here comes the Rainmaker. Chop. Lizzy, Range, throwing in these chops. Okay, Izzy pushes her back. Oof. Izzy caught Lizzy, double knees. Big forearm shot. Down goes Izzy. Lizzy goes to the outside, hangs onto the ropes so that she doesn't fall to the floor. She's looking to climb up in the corner. It's a fun match, to be honest. Lots of energy. No joy. Roll through. Big boot there by Lizzy. Izzy doing some selling. Lizzy off that middle rope gets caught. Driven down. 1, 2. Oof, this is a really good match. Dude, this is one of the best Izzy Dame matches I've seen. Look at that. Into a driver. Yeah, Booker says that Izzy Dame is really digging deep into her playbook here. I agree with that. This is awesome. Okay, right now, Izzy coming over. Forearm smash. Lizzy against the ropes. Crowd were chanting, this is awesome. Another shot coming back there by Lizzy. Izzy with a big forearm smash. Yeah, back and forth at the moment between these two. Unloading. Another shot coming back. Another shot. Driving her back against the ropes. Over the other side. Goes up. Down. Looking for a backslide. 1, 2. Oh. Spear to the outside. Shots coming in there by Izzy. So we go to the outsides. Izzy reversing, goes into the ring steps. Lizzy digging deep here, going over, grabbing Izzy, trying to get her up. Chucking her in the ring. Can Lizzy cash in? She's got Izzy on her shoulders, drives her down. 1, 2, no joy. We're carrying on. Yeah, she doesn't really know what to do. Look, she's got a hand on the head, frustrated. Nico having a word with Izzy Dame. Lizzy charging over. Knee coming up there by Izzy. Oh, crucifix driver into a pin. Oh, what are they doing? This is amazing. Look at this from Izzy Dame. Look at that. The crowd have gone right back into a "this is awesome" chant. Dude, Izzy Dame has leveled up. Lizzy Rain is bringing the fire clothesline. This could totally be for like an NXT Women's Championship. Big boot. Hate these boots. Look at them. They're falling down now. Izzy, your gear is literally coming off you right now. Ah, she got caught. She got caught. I hope she loses because of her stupid boots. Bang! Down she goes. There has a back elbow. Headbanger there by Lizzy. Lizzy in the corner. Nico is coming up, distracting. She was going to go for Thunderstruck. Oh, he's distracted. Big boot there by Izzy. Izzy standing over Lizzy. Pointing over, though. Is that going to be Shawn Spears? There he is. Shawn Spears with a chair. Nico gets out the way. It's another distraction. Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck connects. 1, 2, 3. Lizzy Rain gets it in a really, really, really entertaining match. My expectations for that were, yeah, I think it'll be fine. But, oh my God, that actually got a couple of "this is awesome" chants. Izzy Rain with Izzy Dame with a couple of really, really good moves in there. That crucifix driver was fantastic. And Lizzy Rain just bringing the energy, lovely pace to it. That is not... It's not even a contest. That's the best match we've seen. Beats like this week. Beats everything we've seen from Raw. Do you know what? Grayson Waller is right, isn't he? The women are killing it. We go straight to a women's match, and it delivers. Okay, we got Romeo. Cruz Montana is backstage. God, we're in such a better place now, aren't we? Cruz Montana last week. Grayson Waller this week. Takahashi on the way. Talent coming through. It took a while to rebuild, but we've finally got somewhere. Shining Wizard said, Sean said F SummerSlam. Would we say that's is his best match ever, said Robbie? I would. Yeah, I would. I would. I think in-ring has always been acceptable, but it's her promo skills that have always been the concern. But the moveset that she's just had there, the pace that she's operated out there, that to me was her just putting everything together. Okay, Kalani's just letting Cruz know this is a very unfair working environment. Do you know what you're getting yourself into? You're going to get screwed over time and time again. I've never had a chance for he's walking away. It's probably for the best, to be honest. He's decided to just leave a rant in. Ignore me like everyone else. Minnesota. Okay. I don't see Izzy making the main roster. There's nothing unique about her, said Video Watcher. Well, I think she's got a good size. She's one of the taller girls, so she's naturally got a presence. I think that she's not bad when it comes to her character and her backstage work and the vignette work and, you know, seeing those culling vignettes. I mean, she was the one that pulled the trigger in getting rid of Brooks Jensen because Brooks Jensen was in the culling. And it kind of felt like she had kind of took over now, really, and had actually been the leader of this group for a little while. So I think that there is some skill there in regards to leadership, character work. The presence, I think, is good. She's just put on what I think is the best match I've seen from her. Promo is a concern. Character, I think, well, we can flesh that out a little bit more. I agree it's still a little flat. Really, she's just part of the culling and she's sort of turned on other members. But I don't know. I think there's something there. I don't look at her and think, oh, she's never going to make it. I look at her as someone that's still developing, still learning, still figuring things out. And, well, I mean, it's big thumbs up from what I've just seen. From that match that she's just delivered certainly ain't hurting her chances. So, I don't know. Have to see. So not everyone will make it. It is true, but it's a good showing. The best thing the Sugar Man did was go solo. I think he's going to do good things, and they'll give him a chance to shine, says Billy. This has been a really good episode of NXT, said Wrestling Fan. No, it has. I mean, our opening segment that was like 10 minutes long picked up an all-time rating. And unsurprisingly, I mean, you know, I don't want to have influenced anything. I think you felt it anyway. That match was a banger. I mean, the crowd twice were chanting, "This is awesome." And not... Sometimes you get crowds chanting it because the wrestlers are sort of farming it. You know, you have those spots where they'll do a big sequence and then they'll both be down. And then, like, you know, really it's like, go on, do the chant. And so sometimes the crowd will chant it because it feels like they should, rather than like, no, we mean this, you know. You can influence that chant. You can put spots in to try and give the audience the opportunity to chant. There has been times in the past where that's happened and they have not chanted. And it's a bit like, oh, that's when you know the match really isn't working. You've got a spot in there where you've done a big sequence, both competitors are lying down. It's clearly a moment for the fans to fill in the silence, and they choose to just stay silent. That's like, ooh. But I can't say that the "This is awesome" chants, the couple that we just had, were forced or farmed or... yeah, I mean, I felt like the action was really, really good. It felt like a really good contest. Some really good moves in there. Lovely pace. Felt like a real battle. Felt like I was watching two women really trying to outfox and outmaneuver each other. And it's big thumbs up from me. Very, very good stuff. And it looks like it was good stuff from all of you as well. I think we've probably got as many votes as we're going to get. So let's have a look, see what you scored it. It's come out as Great 83, which I think is very, very fair. So we've started with an all-time segment and we've followed it up with a great match. So is this episode of NXT delivering? You betcha. Can they keep it going, though? There's a dude in the crowd, you know, that's got a moustache, a mullet, a Dominic Mysterio beanie, and he's got the AAA championship as well. He looks the business, mate. I actually thought it was Dominic Mysterio sat there for a second. That's a really good cosplay. Okay, we're backstage. We've got Vanity Project with Robert Stone. Are you guys scared? Once the situation gets situated. Okay, Jackson Drake talking about how he wants that North American Championship, but here is Keanu Carver. And everyone leaves the room. Apart from Micah. Is she checking him out? Oh, I think she's checking him out. What the hell's that about? Are you ready, Micah? I am now. A flirt in Micah. How do we feel? Do we love it? I don't love it. Oh, Grayson, get back in the building now. We are not finished. Okay. Next week, we got the Undergrounds. Ratcher said, do we think it would be a fumble if WWE didn't secure Leon Slater later this year? Yes. Also, would they have him on the main roster or NXT? Would he be in NXT for as long as Joe Hendry was? Yeah, I mean, I'm a believer that you put everyone in NXT. I really don't think that should be much of a question, to be honest. And I think WWE have sort of hurt themselves a bit by even having this as a question. I feel like it should be that we just all naturally know that if you join WWE, you go to NXT first. I don't know if there's a stigma out there about NXT. I don't know how people feel about it. But for me, there's no doubt in my mind. You go to NXT first. I've always said that. I'll always say that. I just think that, like, you got to get your feet under the table. You've got to sort of find your footing, get settled, find your character, kind of, you know, figure out how WWE works, the expectations, figure out what, you know, translates well, because obviously different companies have different expectations. NXT is not just about learning how to wrestle. It's about presentation, character. It's, you know, and no wrestler is complete. I mean, you can learn till the day you retire new things. And for me, I just think, like, when Drew McIntyre left WWE, you know, with 3MB and all of that, and it came to an end. When he came back, he went to NXT. That was Drew McIntyre. He went to NXT. When we brought Finn Balor in from New Japan, he went to NXT. He could speak English. He's Irish. I mean, he speaks English. He's coming in from New Japan, but he went to NXT first. When we brought in Asuka, granted, there's the language barrier, but she went to NXT. When we brought in Shinsuke, former IWGP champion, IWGP championship, probably second, third most important world title in the history of wrestling. You know, one of their big multiple-time champions came in. We put him in NXT. It's not about learning how to wrestle. None of these people needed to learn how to wrestle. But it's just like the reception. That's how I see it. This is the welcome back. Let's just, you know, get you a few matches, get you a few promos. Let's get, you know, those that don't know who you are, used to who you are. We'll just do a few bits. And yeah, look, you might be there a couple of months. You might be there a few years. Might be even longer if you're a next in line talent that's got to learn it all. But yeah, I just think this conversation about where should they go, I think WWE could have avoided it by just having everyone go to NXT. It's brilliant for NXT because they've got this, constant flow of people coming in. Lots of surprises. It's still a moment when they make their main roster debut. So you actually get a couple of moments. You get their arrival in the company, like what we've just seen with Cruz Montana, right? But you'll get another moment when he gets called up. Whereas if they go straight to the main roster, you're sort of taking one of those moments away. You're putting both moments into the same basket. And also, look at Royce Keys, came out to crickets. People have had to learn about him on the main roster. They've had to learn about who he is, like by watching him week in, week out. Could have got him in NXT, would have helped NXT. Could have then called him up. You could have had him go to NXT in January, and then you could have called him up in June. And I think we still roughly would have been around the same area. I think we still could have done roughly the same thing with him. But I don't know. They're making the decisions they think is right for them. But for me, I would be putting everyone in NXT first. And, you might only be there for a very short time. So for me, there's no doubt whatsoever what I would do with Leon Slater. Young kids who has wrestled in NXT before. You can make the argument he's already ticked the NXT box. But, the main roster's full. The main roster is crowded. I don't think the main roster has got loads of available TV time. So, you might find that he struggles to get on TV week in, week out. He might be a bit like Carmelo, or he might be a little bit like Kiana or Julia. And again, is that just going to cause a lot of frustration? Are people just going to get upset about that? Again, more wrestlers than TV time on that main roster. Why would you want to rush to that? I feel like he would be showcased in NXT. And then hopefully they would have creative ready for him when he does go up. They can call him up at the best moments. Sometimes when people are available, it's not a great moment for WWE because they're already running other stories. If you put him in NXT, you can call them up when it's best for you. You've got more control over when you call them up, so that's another advantage. So, I don't know, man. For me, no doubt, Leon should go to NXT, even if for a short period. But I'm a big believer in that everyone that comes in should go there. The only exception would be, a Jericho or a legend that's already well established on the main roster and is coming back. I don't need a Jericho going to NXT first, because what's he going to learn? He knows how WWE works. He knows the expectations. He knows how to wrestle. We don't need him going to NXT. So, that would be the exception. But like first timers, or maybe even, I don't know. Like Drew was interesting, wasn't it? Because he knows how it all works, but they still put him in NXT. I think part of that might have been because they felt NXT needed it. And so they used him in NXT and then they called him up from there. So, yeah, I think if you're a first timer in WWE, definitely you go to NXT. If you're someone that's a returning legend like Jericho, I'm all right with you not going to NXT. I don't know what that does for you. You know the expectations already. So you probably don't need it. But NXT, honestly, look at it as a reception desk. Look at it as a welcome to WWE. If you've never been there previous, then, go there. Leon has been there, but only as a TNA talent. I'd still put him in NXT first. Calvin said, can we explain how Austin Theory is a Marty Jannetty when Theory is the one thriving in the vision? Make it make sense, said Calvin. Well, I think thriving is interesting. Is he thriving? Because I would struggle to say thriving is the way I would explain the vision or even Austin Theory. Theory was pretty lost after Grayson and him split up. He then went into the vision, but the vision has completely fallen apart because of the injuries. And it was only a few weeks back that he went up to Heyman and was like, "Wise man, you're here." And Heyman completely blanked Theory and walked away. So, he's got a tag team championship at the moment, but the point that Grayson was making was that he's not getting any reactions. The fans aren't chanting his name or clamoring to see him or You know, he's not. He's just part of this group, and arguably a group that's not really working very well at the moment. So Grayson's come out and made it very clear he is not the Marty Jannetty of A-Town Down Under. He's here to shine. He's here to rip it up. So, you know, as the weeks go by, if Grayson's going to keep that same energy, then you could start to see the Theory was the Marty Jannetty of that group. Obviously, Theory is not going to accept that, and I'm sure he's going to want to make sure that that is not the case. But I think you'd be hard-pushed to say the Vision is a thriving group when even Bron Breakker looks super sad, didn't he, yesterday? Have you seen that picture? Bron Breakker standing there during the commercial break just dreaming of being anywhere else. Okay, it looks like we've got Jada and Thea kind of joining up backstage. So it looks like a bit of a union there. Cam Hendrix is in the ring. He's going to be competing for the championship. So, Tag Team Showdown going down next week. Looks like Jada and Thea are united. Who is winning? Who wins? Is it going to be Myles Borne or is it going to be Cam Hendrix? Sonny, shout out to you. Robbie said, I don't think Leon would have much of a choice other than NXT. He still lives in the UK. He'd need to get a visa and residency permit. It's a really good shout. It's another reason, isn't it, as to why NXT works for, you know, being able to sign people and then, you know, getting all of that stuff sorted. So, yeah, it's a really good shout. I didn't know he still lived in the UK. It's a lot of travelling, isn't it? Coming over and just stopping in Airbnbs or hotels or something. Perhaps he probably rents a place, doesn't he? Wonder how they get around the visa issues. Yeah. Anyway, so it's a good shout, Robbie. It's another good reason as to why people can go to NXT first so they can get their visa situation sorted. And I think that's a bit more complicated than it used to be. Cam Hendrix then in the ring. He's going to be taking on Myles Borne. I mean, what I will say about Cam Hendrix is I find him annoying, which is good. He's a heel. And he's got a good look. I don't like the gloves. Find them annoying. But he's a heel. And he's got quite good charisma. I mean, there he just steps in front of the belt as he gets shown so he can, like, smile away and whatever, so. Okay, you're about to get underway with our second contest. This is Cam Hendrix taking on Myles Borne. TNA do block tape-ins. They fly him in for those. He works with a temporary visa. It needs to be renewed every 3 months or so. Interesting. Interesting. Well, yeah, you're right. They would have to get that sorted. Obviously, that's not going to be workable if he's going to be permanently in NXT, which is obviously filmed each week. Okay, Myles takes down Cam Hendrix. Good luck, boys, trying to follow up that opening match. Jeez Louise. Kick coming in there by Cam. Durban said, are they going to do a rivalry with Rayna and Tatum? Because there needs to be a response to how Rayna attacked Tatum. I don't know, actually, because sort of, not sure, because I get the vibe that Tatum's probably pretty close to leaving. So, I mean, it could lead to a match. But I'm not sure it's going to be like a big, long feud, because I wouldn't be shocked to see Tatum go up to the main roster after SummerSlam. Right now, Cam just flexing, admiring the guns. Days are AJ, Royce, Jade, Danhausen, the last people outside of WWE to skip NXT. Do we think they should have gone to NXT? I think Royce should have. I was surprised that AJ didn't at the time. He was actually a really, really rare occasion of skipping. I think the feeling was, though, because of the amount of time he had spent in TNA and him being like a TNA legend, I think the feeling was that, you know, put him in the Rumble and take it from there. I heard there was no plans for him to appear on the Raw after that Rumble. Vince was not expecting big reaction for him and was absolutely shocked when the place went crazy and AJ Styles went walking out. And they had to change the plans and get AJ on. So I actually don't know what they had planned there, but they saw an opportunity with that Royal Rumble being, was it in Florida? Was it in Tampa or something, or Orlando? I think they saw an opportunity of it being like, this is going to be a crowd that stands a chance of knowing AJ. So let's put him in the Rumble, take it from there. But yeah, I honestly, I was surprised. I was surprised that they didn't put him straight in NXT. And Royce Keys should have gone there. I still stand by that. Jade should have gone there. I still stand by that. Danhausen's weird, isn't it? Because Danhausen doesn't really wrestle. Danhausen is more just like a fun comedy character. So that's a strange one. Could he have gone to NXT first? Definitely. But, I mean, if you look at how successful he's been, I can't say that they got that one wrong, actually. So, Danhausen, because he doesn't really wrestle, he's just doing his character and largely backstage stuff and commercial break stuff. And, you know, he's just being that kind of comedy character. That's a weird one. I'm not sure that that's one that he should have gone to NXT first. The rule would mean that he should, but there's exceptions to every rule, as we've said. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. Danhausen's interesting. It's so hard to point and say they got that wrong. I can't say that because he's killing it. So that one, I think because he's not really, like, he is a wrestler, but, you know, we don't really use him for that. He's more just a comedy character. I think that one was okay. But no, Jade should have gone there. Roy should have gone there. AJ was a surprise that he didn't go there. But AJ was honestly one of the first to actually skip NXT. It was really rare back in the day. Karrion, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, you know, anyone that we were getting that was noteworthy went to NXT first. But I think it's more Triple H that's kind of changed that, you know. I mean, look at Penta and Rey Fenix. They've both skipped NXT. It happens a lot now. That rule, you know, I don't even know if it was a rule, but, you know, clearly it's not applicable anymore. Shot coming in. Myles, that was horrible. Myles with a shot there, and it just, you could see it just did that. And Cam just sort of had to try and sell it a little bit, but didn't look great. Cam over in the corner. Myles keeping on top of him. We're almost done with this first hour. Shot coming in there. Headbutt into the corner. Picking, he's got him, picks him up. He's going to look to drive him down, and he does. Going for the cover. 2. Dave, speaking of the Vision, Seth Rollins was the only one to make them credible. Now they're a joke. I know this is why I was saying earlier about, I'm not sure that thriving is the word I would use when it comes to the Vision. They just fell apart. And if you look at where they are now, sort of feuding with Alpha Academy, and Bron Breakker just looking so down during commercial breaks. And I mean, look, they'll be okay. I don't think that it's dead, it's over, and all this kind of stuff. I think, you know, you can still get somewhere with them, but just got to sort of acknowledge that we're not and haven't been in a great place, and it's going to take work. I've seen a lot of people saying, just get Bron out of this group. Just have him go out on his own, and maybe they need to do that. But to be honest, I am surprised that he's not even really the leader. Do you know what I mean? It's not like he's the one speaking in the microphone, leading the conversation. What the hell's happened there? That's the bit I'm most confused by. I mean, it's fine that we've got Logan and Theory and, you know, Braun, but Braun's not even the one that in that promo was kind of speaking. He wasn't really the guy that was taking the lead. He's gone from being the leader of this group, kind of putting this group together after, you know, he destroyed Seth. He had to go up to Heyman and go, are you with me? He went up to Bronson and was like, are you with me? You know, he signed off on Logan coming in. He signed off on Theory coming in. It was his group now. And now he's just like standing around in the background, just sort of looking super sad. Lovely kick there by Cam. Okay, let's end our poll. If Braun did go solo, would he be a heel or a face? I think he would be a heel to start with, but I think he'd just be a badass. No nonsense that actually would probably get over with the fans. So it could be a little bit like Trick, where Trick was like coming in as a bit of a heel out for himself, kind of little yachty, feuding with baby faces, but he just got so over and everything that he's just sort of naturally turned into being a fan favorite, and he's sort of really not fighting against it. So I think he'd be a heel at first because he's a heel now. But I mean, it depends how he breaks out the group, isn't it? If he turns on Theory and murks him and if he murks Logan, immediate babyface. So it would depend how he broke out the group, but I could see him being heel and getting over actually with the fans as being a badass. I mean, WWE have spent a long time saying this guy has got some, he's the future, we believe in him. Heyman's been saying that, you know, bigging him up. I mean, it's worked in the sense of, I think we look at Bron Breakker as being potential. I think everyone looks at Bron Breakker as being a future star. It's just we haven't been able to realize it. We haven't been able to capitalize on it and pull the trigger. So, for one reason or another. But I think the thing is, people are looking at him through that lens. So they have succeeded with that. They have succeeded with getting people to look at Bron Breakker in that way. It's not like they're trying to flog a dead horse, you know? I think the majority of people are looking at him going, yeah, there's something there. Why are we not doing more with him, you know? Cam with a cover and a kick out there by Myles. Crowd are really quiet for this match. There are no this is awesome chants going on here. Shot there by Myles. Cam looking for a shot. And again, couple of shots coming in. Cam, no. Shot coming in there by Myles. He's got Cam against the ropes. Myles against the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes Cam. And again. He's got him against the ropes. Looking for a big back body drop. Which he gets. Hip toss. Which he gets. Drop kick. Which he gets. Cam Hendrix goes to the outsides. Myles comes out, grabs him, chucks him in the ring. Myles looking for a clothesline. Cam against the ropes. Power slam. Nice. We are now into the second hour. Oh. Went for the Borne again. Couldn't get it. Crossbody by Cam. No joy. Mason Rook watching on backstage. Not sure about Mason Rook in these casual clothes. I don't get what that's about. Mason Rook's decided that he wants to come out to the ring, and I'm not really sure why. Cam Hendrix going in the corner. Slam there by Myles. 2. Shoulder up. We're carrying on. Again, crowd quite quiet. I think getting hurt didn't help, said Spiller. I agree. I think Breakker is just filling in until he's ready, and then they'll set him back up. Yeah, I agree with you. I really don't think this is the end and we've given up on him. I completely agree. Okay, here's Mason Rooklook making his way down. Tavian trying to jump on the back of Mason Rook to try and stop him. I don't know, man. Mason Rook, to me, is such an interesting character. He's got a good size to him. Shoulder up there by Myles. It's a bit like Warrior coming out in the baseball cap. Do you know what I mean? Like, build up his aura. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Myles gets it. Gotta tell you, man, that match just was not it. They were just doing moves to each other. Crowd were just not interested. Mason now is getting in the ring. Grabs a hold of Cam Hendrix. Mason with a clothesline. Another shot coming in. Tavian in the ring congratulating. Oh, here's Vanity Project. Vanity Project get in. They murk Myles. They jump on Tavian. Yeah, I'm here for Jackson Drake, actually, against Myles Borne. That's more interesting to me. Jackson Drake against Myles Borne could be a really good match. Myles is trying to fight back. Mika on the outside, watching on. Jackson, big back body drop. He goes against the ropes. Clothesline there by Myles. Jackson to the outside. Jackson's selling is so good. Bumping around, flailing away. He goes to the... In fact, all of Vanity Project are good at that. Okay, NXT Tag Team titles on the line next week. Myles and Tavian. Oh, hello. Here's Lizzy. She's enjoying some popcorn chicken. Yeah. This is the perfect refill after a match. This popcorn chicken. You couldn't have gone for tea and sandwiches, Lizzy. Do you want some there, Wickeds? This actually makes me hate KFC. Okay, here's OTM. Perros Del Mal here. Wherever you go, we'll be there. Okay, we're starting to see some crossover now. Oh, Price just having a look over it, but okay. That's okay. I think it's been a bit annoying, actually, how that group from AAA has not really been crossing over into NXT much. There's been a couple of mentions, but I wonder if it's because AAA obviously have done something and NXT are now having to play a bit of catch-up to try and bring it into their storylines. So, don't hate that. Don't hate that. Street Fighter Gathering said, KFC is awesome. Is that Lizzy Rain's burner account in the chat? Is that you, Lizzy? Are you actually Street Fighter Ingrid? Yeah? Trying to promote it in our chat now. TJF said, Daze, you love a bit of popcorn chat. I told you I don't. I bought it thinking it was going to have a bit of a popcorn coating and there'd be a bit of crunch to it. And it was just chicken in a popcorn size. Actually, it's not. It's bigger. I mean, they tend to be that big. You don't get popcorn that big. Popcorn's like this, and that's like that. It's false advertising. I mean, how many bits of popcorn chicken do you get in those cartons? Are you telling me that you can't get more popcorn in those cartons because the chicken is the same size? Because, nana. Yeah? I mean, it's just, it doesn't work on any level. It's false advertising. And I'm very disappointed in Lizzy Rain. I mean, it's not her fault. She's being made to do it by the evil overlords, TKO. But, you know, still disappointing. They're basically like chicken nuggets, said Video Watcher. Well, give me a nugget. I know where I stand with a nugget. The nugget's not trying to be something that it's not. Do you know what I mean? A chicken nugget is a chicken nugget. It's a nugget of chicken. But popcorn chicken. I'm shocked I've not phoned the police. Oh, do you know, I don't mind chicken nuggets, actually. Do you know, when I grew up, right, we had a McDonald's in our town, which I know does not sound that crazy, but it was pretty crazy, to be honest, because our town wasn't really that big. So for it to have a McDonald's was kind of crazy. But we didn't go very often. I don't know why. We didn't have loads of money, but we didn't really go that often. But if ever I did get chicken nuggets, I'd always have the 6. Always have the 6. And to be honest, I would find myself being a bit hungry after. 6 is a snack, innit? 6 ain't a meal. But no one ever told me what the right amount of nuggets was for a meal. So you just sort of presume 6 is the right one to go, and then anything higher is for people that are greedy. But actually, as I've got older, I've realised that actually 6 is just beginner level, and you do need more than that if you want to have it as a meal. I'm going to go to the McDonald's website now to see what's they coming. Because I know there's a 20. That strikes me as too many. 20, I'm not sure I'm here for 20. I'll give it a go, and, you know, I'll have a lovely evening with 20. But I don't know that 20 is the go-to. They've got 20. Shares and bundles. Well, we don't want shares and bundles. Where do we go? Where would you find the nuggets? Are they in burgers? They shouldn't be in burgers. They're not in burgers. Guys, I'm currently on the McDonald's website right now. We are not sponsored by McDonald's. But, I mean, if I go shares, we've got chicken selects, a mix box, which I've never seen before. Dippers, 20. Well, here you go. If you click on it, okay, they do 6, which is like beginner. That's what I would get as a kid. Now I think I would know 9 is really where I should be. Yeah, that's a hell of a jump though, isn't it? 6, 9, or 20. How do you do that? Where's 12? Where's 15? How does it go? 6, 9, 20? How does that make any sense? What if I want 10? What if 9's not quite enough and I just fancy 10? 12? I have to go from 9 to 20. It's honestly, the fast food world, it's madness. Absolute madness. Okay, we got Zarya. 9 to 20? Never even thought about that. It's madness. Guys, these are the burgers we sell here in the UK. Hot Honey McCrispy. Big Arch. Have you got Big Arch? Big Mac, quarter pounder, double cheeseburger, cheese and bacon McCrispy, spicy McCrispy, McChicken, mayo chicken, double Filet-O-Fish, McPlant. That's vegan burger, innit? McPlant. Double quarter pounder with cheese. Hot honey Oh, that looks all right, doesn't it? That looks all right. Okay, looks like Ren is setting her sights on Zarya. What's new? Korean barbecue dip? Ranch dip? Oh, they've seen everyone online buzzing about ranch. And they've gone, we can bring that in. Raspberry and Sprite Zero. Don't know. Green apple and Sprite. frozen cherry lemonade, chocolate honeycomb frappe. Let's go. Strawberry candy floss. Cornetto strawberry McFlurry. Dude. Vanilla matcha frappe. I don't even know what that is. Matcha frappe. What's matcha? Matcha and vanilla topped with cream. Do I need to go to McDonald's? Guys, we're not sponsored, but if we were, we'd do a brilliant job. We'd do better than Lizzy Rain. Because I've made myself want some of these things. Here's OTM. Out the muds. Get out the muds. The Beach Kevin said, crispy chicken, buttery biscuits, and your favourite side, all hot and ready for the whole family. Make tonight a KFC night. It's finger-licking good. The Beach Kevin, thank you. You did a better job than Lizzy Rain as well, but I could go for a bit of KFC right now after that wonderful advertisement. OTM, OTM, out the muds, out the muds, out the muds. Okay, guys, it's going to be out the mud taking on Birthright. Out the muds, out the muds. Okay. Oh, do you know what I've not had in a long time? Talking of mud, a Mississippi mud pie. Not had one of these in a long time. Very long time. Might need to bring that back onto the agenda. The best thing to ever come out of Mississippi. Mud. Shot coming in there by Price. Bronco backing up. Oh, I kind of like Uriah Connor's gear with that sort of leopard print on. Looks a bit sexy, actually. Looks a little bit William Hensey. Oh, big chop! Did you hear that? Still resonating in my headphones? That chop was huge. He's got a receipt coming. There's a receipt. Oh, hello. There's new merch for NXT. I saw a Lizzy Rain shirt. Let's have a look, shall we? We've got the Danhausen bits. Going for the cover. No joy. Zero joy. Oh, there's a SummerSlam collection. We should have a look at this, but I don't want to get too distracted because some of this stuff's really good happening at the moment. Bronco going after Connors. Chop block. Shots coming in. Down goes Bronco. Let's talk about Birthright. Let's talk about SummerSlam. Let's talk about SummerSlam. That's a pretty nice shirt with all the old logos on. It's pretty fun. Jacket's pretty fun. Is that an old school retro Uso shirt? Why have they done that? Oh, chop coming in. Oba Femi beads. Jade Cargill shirt. Never seen that before. That's cool. I like that if you're a Jade fan. I like that. I'd wear that. I just don't like Jade. OTM chance. Oh, Stacks getting thrown to the outside. Birthright down. That EO Sky shirt is nice. That's always been nice. Look at that. Imagine that with some jeans and some crisp trainers. You'd look like the belle of the ball. That is nice. We got a signed LA Knight figure. OTM. OTM. What are these? Sliders. Sandals. I was going to have a look at some NXT merch. We gone to commercial break. Price colliding into Stacks. Stacks goes down. Can I just look for NXT? Yeah. Ooh. What's that? Superstar mystery box. Ah, you get one of those stupid things then? These are so dumb. Mate, I wouldn't even want it. I wouldn't even give you a thank you for that. New Shiloh shirt. It's pretty fun if you're a Shiloh fan. Stacks going against the ropes. Tony, this is all NXT, by the way. Sol Ruka shirt. What's she in NXT for? Izzy Dame shirt. Rubbish. Just old retro. Rubbish. These look really lazy. Lazy. That looks good. Don't hate that. That's not bad. Stacks on the outsides. God, there's flipping loads in the Vanity Project shirt. Sol Ruka, Blake Monroe, Javon. How does that make any sense? Have they done a new Fatal Influence shirt yet? Because it's still the old one, isn't it? Fatal Influence. No, JC Jane, maybe? JC Jane. Yeah, that's old. It's old. It's got Jasmine Nix on it, hasn't it? Yeah, Jasmine Nix in the middle. Don't want that. Don't get why they've not done new Fatal Influence merch. They do shirts for absolutely anyone. I saw the EO shirt last month. It was $44.99, said Draco. I want an Izzy Dame shirt. Oh, they got a couple of Izzy Dame shirts. I got a couple. Okay, we're back from commercial break soon. Although she hasn't got a link if you click on the superstars. There isn't a link to her name. Keeping him grounded at the moment. Trying to get back up to his feet here. Got some OTM chants. Crowd making a bit of noise. Going up. Do you know you can buy referee shirts? Old ones. Obviously, they don't use these ones anymore. But you can get referee shirts. Oh, they got that set as well. Didn't know that was on WWE. Demolition. Anyway, we're back from commercial break. I was just looking at that whilst we were at commercial. We're back now. Back elbow, springboard back elbow there by Stacks. Connor's coming off the top. Swanton. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Connors. Look at that. I tell you what, picture perfect, that Swanton. Looks so good. Still got 40 minutes left, my friends, of this week's episodes. Loud OTM chants. Okay, we got Stacks and Connors. In the corner with Bronco Nima. Shot coming in there by Bronco. Down goes Connors. Big boot coming in. Stacks feeling it. Bang! He gets stomped down. He's trying to reach out to make the tag. So he's down at the moment. He's trying to get over to make this tag. He's grabbing a hold of his leg. Boom, tag mates. In he comes. Clothesline, kick, headbutt. Price is in. We haven't seen Angel or Berto since we saw them backstage. Charging over, colliding him. Robbie said Zaria's going to win that speed title next week, and then she'll hold both titles that Soul held. She's going to finish the story. Okay, Angel and Berto have now come out there confronting Lexis. WrestleRant said, if you think I'm going to pay $45 to $50 for anyone in NXT at this moment, you've lost your marbles. Outside of Kendall. Ah. So there was distractions. Price gets pinned. Birthright pick up the victory. There wasn't too much to that after we came back from commercial break. Prices, guys, this is Your Way Replay brought to you by I'm not even making this up. Brought to you by Burger King. The hell's going on? KFC, Burger King. Who's taking on Kendall Gray next week? Wendy. Yeah, there was lots of distractions. Here's Perostal. Mao. Is this going to be the end of OTM? What's going on here? Yeah, Bronco doesn't seem to want to give up on Price. Price is not happy. It's not looking great. If you're an Out the Mud fan, it's not looking great. Here's Kendall. This is going to be the biggest match of my career so far. All right. This is good, isn't it? We're hearing from her dad. Lola striking is elite. She can submit you from any angle. Oh, Julius Creed. Oh, this is great. She said I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Julius. That's good. It's the best against the best. That's unmissable, isn't it? Absolutely unmissable. It's going to be a showcase of real skill. Can't wait for that. I can wait for this. Shiloh against Tristan. We've seen it quite a few times, but they're battling again when we come back from commercial break. We need McDonald's against Burger King against Wendy's, says Lizzy Rain. Pat said, the year is 2050. This is my presentation on how WWE played an integral part in the great fast food wars. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. I wonder if it's... aren't they also sponsored by Panda Express? Swear to God, I've seen that on the entranceway at times. So are they? I don't know what's happening. Are they just fascinated with food outlets or something? I don't know. KFC's on the mat. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on the mat. Is it always just food and we've never noticed? The General. He probably has got in there somewhere, hasn't he? Oh, I remember the General. And I'm sure Prime has got in there somewhere as well. Did we hear that Grayson just said NXT veterans, alumni members, just said that NXT superstars are soft, said Tony. Can you react to that? Brilliant promo. That's my reaction. Brilliant promo. If it leads to some old kind of NXT talents coming back, let's go. People scored that segment at the start, all time 52. And honestly, there's only a handful of times in a year that something will get an all-time rating. So, you know, what we saw at the start was special. Really, really special. If you never got a chance to see it, it's obviously going to get uploaded to the WWE YouTube channel. If you've just joined us or anything like that, go out of your way to check that out. No wonder we're all overweight, said Love the Bearded. Doug Dilly said, I'm a Whataburger guy. I've never been to Whataburger. Jared said, I'm giving this show a 5. It started off great, but I found the second hour has been a drag. I don't even know if are we up to speed with all the scores and everything? I might not be. No, I'm not. So you gave Cam Myles good 93, which, as we said, is acceptable, but it's not mind-blowing. Good 93. It's low-end acceptable, I would say. I think anything low 90s is low-end acceptable. Anything in the 90s is acceptable. You want 95 to be bang in the middle. Anything above that starting to get goods. So anything below that is starting to get bads. So good 93. What was that last match we had? That was OTM versus Birthright. I agree with you, by the way. I think Grayson at the start was amazing. I think that women's match was fantastic. And I think everything we've had since has been pretty standard NXT affair. Let's get the score for OTM Birthright so that we're just nicely up to speed with everything. We got Shiloh coming up soon. Okay, 65, 26, 6 and 3. Okay, you was a bit more into that last one. Good 97. So again, anything in the good 90 range is acceptable. If it's low end, it's just acceptable. If it's high end, then it was good. You lot went good 97 for that last one. Okay. Waller was right about the men's talent, said Jeremy. Yeah. I mean, that's why the promo was so good, because there's large parts of it that do ring true. Okay, there's Callie. Oh, I like her shirt. That's new. There's Callie. There's Izzy. I don't wait, says Callie. Is Kalani... Oh, here's Volcan. So we're just showing the women that are circling around. You've got Callie, Kalani, Izzy, Reina Volcan. You've got a few women back there at the moment. It's stacked, isn't it? It's stacked. The women's division is just a joke. So good. Dave's what Grayson said about the men's division. The same applies to the main roster. The guys are old and lazy and complacent. They're not hungry. I look at Carmelo, Grayson, Elia, Bron. They're hungry and young, said Big Time. Okay, Shiloh in the ring. Women's division is great, said Jeremy. Opala said, Daze, I'm loving Shiloh, but when NXT stars go to the main roster, Triple H and TKO end up failing them, and then they flop. Then they get released. What are your thoughts? Well, I think something like 90% of the main roster have come through NXT, so I don't think we can say that that's the case for everyone. I think it's the case for many and some, but it's obviously not the case for everyone. I mean, Finn Balor came through NXT. Drew McIntyre, when he came back, came through NXT. As you said, I think the stats are like it's 90-something% of the main roster have been through NXT. So that might have dropped now, actually, because of Penta and Rey Fenix and whatnot. But listen, cream rises to the top. If you've got charisma and in-ring skills and character skills and whatever, you're gonna get the TV time. So I think the wrestlers themselves have to take some responsibility. I think, yes, creative definitely has to take responsibility as well. And we're very quick to point to creative and criticize creative. But I wouldn't say that every wrestler that's going to come out of NXT is going to go to the main roster and just struggle. I mean, look at Trick Williams. Doing really well. Look at Obafemi doing really well. And as we said, there's a lot of talent that comes through NXT that hits that main roster and has a really good career. So, but there's just no guarantee, is there? I mean, some of it is out of their hands. Some of it is in their hands. It was interesting hearing from Grayson, because he was like, maybe I didn't kiss ass, or that didn't kiss the right ass. Perhaps my opinions were too loud. You know, it was interesting listening to him say why he thought his main roster run had not landed. And I don't know what the truth is, to be honest. I'm not sure even he knows what the truth is. Shiloh going for the cover, kick out. If the rumours are true about Lola going to SmackDown, could we see Tatum going to Raw? Sure, yeah. Depends where they feel they need the talent. I've said before, I'd have it written down on a piece of paper that I need X amount of people for Raw. I need X amount of people for SmackDown. And then that way, you know, it ain't by chance. I know I need so many women, so many guys, so many heels, so many faces. Just a rough number. And, you know, then I'd look and see what have I got. And it should tell me, you know, how I'm looking, basically. So, I mean, it's hard to say that we're going to have one go to Raw, one go to SmackDown. The correct answer is it really depends where the roster is compared to a rough template. I don't know, because I don't have that information. Okay, Shiloh goes against the ring, net breaker. That was quite nice. That was quite nice there by Tristan. Tristan shouting out there at Shiloh as we go back to commercial break. Okay, we got about 25 minutes left to go. 25 minutes left to go. Matteo said, Season 1 of Unreal was all about WrestleMania 41. Season 2 about SummerSlam. Season 3 was about WrestleMania 42. So Season 4 should be about SummerSlam next week, said Matteo. Yeah. Benito said that Waller promo was quite riveting, but it won't be as riveting as Carmen Live's promo. It's a new day. Yes, it is. Right now, Tristan looking for a suplex. Gets it. Daze, I love how you think Waller's promo was not written before going out there. Bottom line is he was demoted to NXT because of the weak men's division. I think some of it was riffing. I'm sure it was planned in advance. I don't think he just went out there and necessarily spat it all out. But I think they did give him a lot of time and just said, you know, get it off your chest. Whether he went out there and riffed or whether he had time to sit down and jot some points down in advance. But, I mean, what made that promo work was it was a pulling of no punches. I mean, he took shots at the men's division. He took shots at Theory in particular. He spoke about how, you know, he didn't maybe kiss the right ass. Kind of felt like he was talking of the politics, which, you know, to me kind of points a finger at Triple H and, you know, those in power. So I don't think I've said that he didn't jot down anything in advance. I don't actually know how he constructed it. But, yeah, I mean, he absolutely could have jotted down some bits beforehand and then go out there and just kind of riff and spit it out. I don't know that every word was written and he learnt it like a script. But I would imagine he had some bullet points, yeah. But him talking about maybe I didn't kiss the right ass and stuff like that. I don't know that he didn't. I don't know what he genuinely thinks about how it's gone for him. I mean, I can't imagine he's happy about how it's gone since he got called up. Maybe he knows the real answer, which is, I don't know, perhaps he turns up late or something like this. Or maybe he doesn't and he is speculating and, you know, that showed itself in the promo. So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't think they've got anything for him on the main roster. I think NXT needs some support and I think he needs TV time. And it's a match made in heaven, isn't it? So he's come down, he's delivered a killer promo. It works for NXT. It works for him. Let's go. I don't see no drama. All I see is positivity all round. So, brilliant. Works for everyone. Tristan is in control. Shining Wizard said, I was just saying before, the best way to keep things ticking over when the call-ups create a vacuum in NXT is to send some underutilized main talent down. Yeah. I mean, this isn't unusual. We've seen Becky have a run with the NXT Championship. We've seen New Day come down and do work in NXT. Like, we've seen people come down and stay there permanently, like Baron Corbin. God, I mean, Finn Balor was down in NXT, I want to say about 2020 for quite a long time, where, you know, he seemed to, they not have anything for him. And so he found his way going back down to NXT and, you know, then went back up to the main roster. So there are some that come down temporary, like Becky and Seth, that have come down, or Johnny recently, earlier in the year. Or there's some that come down and end up staying and then going back like Finn and hopefully Grayson. And there's even some that come down that then find themselves getting released, like Mandy Rose, like Mustafa Ali, like Baron Corbin. So it's not unusual to see people from the main roster coming back. And it's not a death sentence if they do, because there's plenty of people you can point at that have come down and gone straight back again. So is he coming down for NXT? Is he coming down for himself? I don't know. What I do know is that NXT need him, and I think he needs NXT because he needs regular TV time. And if they're not going to be able to give him that on the main roster, let's go. 1, 2, kick out. Jared said, what's the main event? Is Stone and Waller closing? I don't know, but I don't know. I mean, we've only got 18 minutes, so I would imagine so. Certainly don't think we're getting to another match after this. So I think it will be a segment. Tristan, I hate you. Shiloh in the corner. I just want to have a look, see if we've done all the matches. OTM Birthright, yes. Shiloh Tristan, yes. Lizzy Izzy, yes. Myles Cam, yes. Cruz Montana speaks for the first time. Could it be Cruz? He kind of spoke a bit backstage, didn't he? But are they going to bring Cruz out to wrap up the show? Big superplex there by Tristan. Going for the cover on Shiloh. 2. No joy. Tristan with a big superplex. Robbie said, let's not forget Dolph. He went down to help as NXT champion. I think it's a great thing to do, said Shining Wizards. It's unfortunate how Ilya and Jordan are being treated right now, said Angel. Yeah, but again, there's more wrestlers than there is TV time. So, you know, you are going to find yourself on the sidelines. And it's about, you know, waiting for creative to bring you back in. So, I mean, the hope is that once we get past SummerSlam, we can, you know, find a story for them and bring them back into rotation. So, yeah, and if it keeps going, like it did with Grayson, then, you know, maybe they do find themselves going back down to NXT to get that momentum going. Tristan trying to smash his knee in the back of the head of Shiloh, but I think we're a little bit away from that. I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. Bang! Shiloh planting Tristan onto that commentary table. Tristan gets thrown back in the ring. Shiloh coming in, going for a cover. 2. No joy. Daze for fun. Do we think WWE should have Sting start out on NXT? Also, it's odd how Samoa Joe didn't skip NXT, but Dominic did. Yeah, Dominic skipping NXT was strange. That was another one we said should have gone to NXT first. Obviously, he would be up now, but I think he should have. Should Sting have come in? Big Shot coming in there. Into the midsection. I don't know, Sting's difficult because he wasn't really a full-time wrestler, was he? I mean, he arrives at Survivor Series, and then he makes a couple of appearances. So he's an attraction. So he's not really a full-time wrestler. So I don't think the rules really apply there as for an attraction. I think if he was going to come in and be a full-time wrestler, I think I'd be leaning towards yes. But as a attraction that's just coming in and just doing like WrestleMania and SummerSlam, a bit like Goldberg, it's probably not worth it, is it? He's not going to really appear in NXT much if he's only an attraction. Shiloh picking up the win. It was fine. It was better than their other match, actually, with the under-the-ring nonsense. Okay, here's Cruz Montana. I think if we could finally pull the trigger on Gunther in the next main event, that would open opportunity for Ilya as a challenger, as well as a 5-star match, said Trini. Trini, I hope you're doing well, my friends. He'd be a brilliant opponent, wouldn't he? I mean, we all know about how great his matches with Gunther have been. Okay, we're at commercial break. We've got 14 minutes to go. I do think the matches that we've had since that women's match have been fine, watchable, nothing too exciting. Crowd haven't really got that animated. I'll be keeping an eye on it, and it's just been all right. Yeah, it's a shame because the start promised a lot, and then it's just sort of, yeah, it's been all right. I can't say that it's like been a bad episode or anything. It's been good, but yeah, obviously the real NXT, if you will, kind of shows itself eventually. I feel like Grayson was special. I mean, we just don't score segments all time. Lizzy against Izzi, fantastic match. You would hope that there would be another match in there that could get to that great range, but we just had good 93, good 97. I don't really think you guys are going to say that last match got to the great range. I'd be surprised if you did. So that's where we've been with NXT. We've got about just over 10 minutes to go, and Cruz Montana is making his way out. I wonder if Grayson is going to step up to him and we could do... Who wins that? Both of them need a win, don't they, really? Cruz and Grayson have only just both arrived, so how the hell do you book that? If that's where we're going. Carmen, hello, said if you ever visit Cracker Barrel in America, what menu item would you order? I don't know, because I've never been, but I've never been to Cracker Barrel. I don't know what they sell. In my mind, it's like really hearty food, the kind of food you would get around your grandparents, you know, green beans and, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't know why I think that, but I do think that. So I've never been. I've got to say, if you go on holiday to Florida and you've got like seafood and you've got Texas Roadhouse and you've got obviously like burger places and pizza places and I don't know, in Kissimmee in Florida, there's a road that's just full of different restaurants. I mean, it's just covered in restaurants. They've got Olive Garden, they've got, as we said, Denny's and Waffle House and flipping anything you can imagine. Pizza Hut, KFC, Wendy's, everything, right? But they've got like Texas Roadhouse, Ponderosa, Perkins. I'm trying to think of some of the places that we went to. Some local ones, maybe some smaller chains. I don't know that I would want to go to Cracker Barrel. I don't know that Cracker Barrel would really excite me. Yeah, I don't think it would. Old country... It won't let me in. Look at this. Yeah, what's this? Is it because I'm English? Is that it? I've been forbidden. I can't go to crackerbarrel.com. Eh? So I'm just trying to click on it. It won't let me in. But come on. You can't tell me that that looks appetizing. Does it look green beans and some slop on what looks like other slop? Nah, mate. Forget Cracker Barrel. It sucks. Nah, mate. No, there's way more exciting options if you go to Orlando. I said there's a place in Orlando that does 30-inch pizzas. They're like flipping like this. I saw a woman grab a slice. It was the size of her head. I'm like, dude. And you can go to some amazing seafood restaurants where they serve like in a net, and you've got like crab claws and mussels. I don't mind a bit of seafood. So I'd go there. Oh, and I do like Outback Steakhouse. I don't even care if you think it's not very good. I think it's amazing. I flipping love it. Are there better steaks? Maybe. I haven't found any. We've got the KFC popcorn chicken pop meter on screen right now that they are trying to convince us is going crazy when it doesn't really sound like it's going crazy. They just put their applause in and everything, and they're showing me in the bottom corner that it's like hitting red. Shut up. That's another reason to hate KFC. They lie about the noise of the crowd reactions, and that's not a sentence I thought I would ever say. Here's Cruz Montana making his way down to the ring. Let's see what... I don't mind the name Cruz Montana. I like Mike Santana. I like Mike Santana. I like Cruz Montana. But which is better? Fight! Cruz Montana then making his way down. Cruz Montana. Cruz Montana. I don't mind it. It doesn't make me upset. I like the music. I like the graphics. Montana. 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 He likes it. He likes it. What's good, NXT? Montana. Montana. You know I pride myself on being real. Cruz Montana is officially a WWE superstar. Check it. 1, 2. Check it. There's times I didn't even think I'd see another day of life. He said he grew up in some of the roughest neighborhoods in New York. I was no saint. I've made mistakes I can't take back. They told me I'd reached my ceiling as a tag team wrestler. It's very interesting. I'm finding this very engaging. People are standing up. I rebuilt my career one opportunity at a time. He said he appreciates what TNA did for him. I stand here as a WWE superstar and not a damn thing was given to me. Look at me now. Guess what? I'm not here to fill a spot. I'm here to take a spot. Okay. This is the new NXT champion. He's here to take a squat, said Rob. Daze, just call him Santana, LAX for life. Waller has left the building. He's put a short promo on X. Thank you. Oh, it looks like Tony's coming out. Looks like Tony's going to be confronting Cruz. The Master of Fate. Is that what that says? I think I've seen that shirt. I'm so tired of these. I've had a hard childhood. All I ate was dirt, and I didn't have a dog, but I had a pet sewer rat, says Rob. Well, you say that, Rob, but I would be interested in hearing that story. What was the rat called? What did you feed it? Was it popcorn chicken? Okay, Tony, in the ring. Welcome to NXT. It's nice, thank you. Since you wanted to interrupt me last week. My name is Tony D'Angelo, the NXT champion. Daze, do we think the name Miguel Santana was too close to Mike Santana? I would think so. I don't know if that was an option. Everything you've just said with all that passion, I believe you. Except one teeny tiny thing. Just the spot you want. Oh. Take that, Kangaroo Jack. Cruz said, I'm going to cut your ass off. Whoa, yeah. So, from behind, it's Grayson. Oh, my God, what a shot. Blumming out like a gunshot. Shot coming in there by Tony. Grayson. Oh, I tell you, it's quite interesting with these three circling around each other. It's called stirring the pot, says Booker. Triple threat. Grayson against Cruz, winner gets Tony. Perhaps 2 singles matches. Tony against both individually. When's our next special? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. We've got options here. They ain't on my level. Good. Okay, not the most mind-blowing finish. I feel like a lot of what we just got from Cruz was probably real. Probably did have a rough upbringing. Probably was telling the truth. Probably, you know, just wanting us to know a little bit about him. Tony coming out saying, you're not going to take this from me. And Cruz going, well, let me show you how. And then before he can, Grayson wallops them both. Slides out the ring. Everyone's looking at each other. Tony holds the belt up. Show comes to an end. I mean, look, past 2 weeks, NXT has got me way more excited about where we're going. The criticisms have been loud. I don't think those criticisms have been unfair. I just think that they needed a bit of time to find their feet following, you know, losing Fatal Influence, losing Ober, losing Trick, losing Javon. I think we can finally sit here now and say that we've started to actually find our feet. The women's division was always fine, but the top end of that men's division was struggling a bit. And I think, obviously, Naraku coming in was the start of bringing in some experience. Then last week we brought in Cruz. And now this week we've brought in Grayson Waller. That's a boost because all of a sudden you can do you know what I mean? Cruz against Keanu Carver. You can do Grayson Waller against Myles Borne and Grayson Waller against Sean Legacy. That's going to be building up this talent that we've got because we've got some good talent actually. You know, we've got Will Cruz. Who's, you know, you could get into it with Grayson Waller. I mean, all of a sudden, you're starting to see some feuds that you can do, some superstars that can really get built up as a result. So we just needed that sprinkling. I think there's still room for at least one more that can come in to, you know, give us that some of that experience. I don't know if there's, well, I suppose there is, isn't there? There's Takahashi. Takahashi is meant to be coming in. That would be it. So, you know, Takahashi could come in and he can boost it as well. And all of a sudden, I think we're back. So, feeling a lot better about where we are with NXT now. Women's division never needed help. And that underground match goes down next week. That's going to be good. And yeah, let's go. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this all plays out. And I don't think that episode in the end is probably mind-blowing, but I think that it has delivered. I don't think it's bad. And I think it was well worth watching just for the start. Even if you only caught the first hour or 50 minutes, I think you will have got more than enough out of this episode just for that. So, yeah, goods. Good. Was this worth watching? Absolutely. It's just a shame that what follows that is good 93, good 97, and good 95. You know, not another great. And I don't even think that main event segment would be great. I don't think we would say that was great. So just kind of needed to deliver something else really later in the show. But no, fine. Enzo would help out with NXT, especially with mic skills. Well, there is a chance, isn't there? There is a chance of that because, I mean, he's not rocked up with Cass. There are rumours that they're going to be together, but they don't have to be together. And if they're going to be together, it might not even be straight away. So, Enzo, there's a chance. I honestly would not hate that at all if he comes in and goes straight to NXT. I would not hate that at all. I were legit never was NXT. I'll never watch NXT if Enzo appears, said Opala. Well, he's coming back, so you know he's either going to NXT or to the main roster. But the belief is that he's on his way. Word Live Cena fans said, I keep seeing that Raw was a disaster. How was Raw compared to last week? I gave it 6.5 and last week a 3, said Word Live Cena fan. I think that this Raw was okay. I mean, I think it just comes down to going into the show. What was your expectation? I'm probably, as I said earlier, I'm probably a little bit different to other people. I went into this knowing that it was a go-home show, knowing to have lower expectations, knowing not to expect anything really to happen. This is a show where we have done everything we need to do for SummerSlam. It's really just get the people out there and promo and video packages, and that's it. The fact that we got a great match between Javon and Rusev is, I'll take that. The fact that we got not a bad finish to the episodes with Seth and Roman, fine. But for me, the big highlight was Raquel. Raquel winning the Intercontinental Championship, I loved. I thought it was brilliant. I know she didn't get it clean, but she got it. And it's her first singles championship. And I'm really, really pleased for her. So I think it depends how you looked at it. If you went in thinking this is going to be crazy, it's the last episode before SummerSlam, and that's what you got, then yeah, I can totally see why you'd be down on it. I did not go in with that. I expected it to be a go-home show, which historically is not a good episode. Because it's all done. Everything's done. There's no other twists or turns to be executed. You've done it. By this point, they're making the video packages for SummerSlam. So there's not really any twists or turns coming because, you know, they're getting ready for SummerSlam. Video packages are being made and rehearsals are in the books and they're looking at getting that done. And this is just, hey, is there anyone out there that doesn't know it's SummerSlam this weekend? And it's really just, here's backstage vignettes, here's video. So, I don't know, to each their own. To me, it was about a 6. I think in comparison to the community, that was a bit high. On reflection, I probably should maybe have gone into the 5s, maybe 5.75 or something. I would not have wanted to have gone below, say, a 5.5. I mean, I'm standing by my score, but I think the community were lower than me. So, yeah, I think that it is mixed opinion because 411 Mania scored it an 8. And I really disagree with that. I don't think this was an 8. I really disagree with an 8. So, yeah. I've seen it be mixed. So, Don't forget Takahashi is out there. Leon Slater could be another one. Someone else from Noah, maybe Sammy Guevara. Hey, I'll take him. Sammy would be a brilliant boost. That'd be a great pickup. Although I don't need Ty Mello, but I'll take Sammy, and I'll take Leon Slater, and he can have a little run in NXT. Yep, brilliant. Let's go. I think the point we're making is there is a foundation there now, you know? That we can build on it and add to it, and surely we will with at least Takahashi. But at least now we've got some stable foundation. At least now we've got some talent that we can do some stuff with, some experience that we can do some stuff with, whilst we're still bringing through, those people that need that extra support. So it's good. Restaurant said, I enjoyed your comparison with sports teams and bench players. Same goes for some wrestlers not on TV. I thought you did a good job of elaborating on that. Thank you, buds. That's how I view it, and this is why I don't get too upset about people missing out. I think, honestly, I grew up with Raw being an hour, and you never saw everyone every week. Quite often you'd go, quite a while without seeing certain stars. Like, they didn't get Undertaker on every week because they need to show Razor, and they need to show Brett, and they need to show Lex Luger, and they need to show the Giant Gonzalez, and they need to show the tag teams, and they only had an hour to do it. That's how long Raw was in the 90s, early to mid 90s. And I think because from the very beginning I experienced that, I've never really felt like I've needed to see it. I don't feel the need to see everyone every week. And it's just interesting, isn't it, how people have got into wrestling at different times. And, I think as a result, people feel like they need to see everyone every week doing amazing things every week. And for me, I don't feel that. I'm all right with people having weeks away, whatever. Obviously, there's a line. And when it comes to something like Johnny, you do go, yeah, we've been doing this too long now, and it's getting a bit frustrating. And he's a fantastic wrestler, and we need to do something here. So, even though he's not sitting catering, he's lying down backstage, I get the frustration with that. And I can understand the frustration with, as time goes by with Jordan or Grayson, or, if you're an Ivy Nile fan or a Creed Brothers fan, I get it. That's different. But where, you don't see someone for a few weeks, it's just not a problem for me. And, as we said, you're going to miss out. There's more wrestlers than TV time. And just as we said, you've got a bench of subs in football or whatever. You're going to have people sitting on the sidelines in wrestling. And I think if you can sort of get your head around that and accept that and not get so kind of down about not seeing everyone all the time, I think, you can just focus more on what we are getting rather than what we're not getting. And I think it helps. I think it's easy to sort of fall into that trap of, I get it if they're like a real favourite of yours. If they're someone that you really love, I get it. That makes sense to me. Yeah. I would want to see my favourites as well. So, I do understand, but again, I'm gonna point to the IWC. I feel like there's a lot of moaning about anything that you can moan about, really. If it's not right, someone is moaning about it. So I think it's easy to sort of fall into that negativity and fall into that trap of starting to read all this negative stuff. And again, rather than just looking at what we are getting and what is good and what we do like, it's easy to fall into the what we're not getting and what we don't like stuff, You've got to show both sides, though. We are not a channel that's here to just glaze WWE. I have no problem, as I have shown over the years, criticizing what WWE do. I'm not paid by WWE. I've not been sponsored by them. I've not been bought out by them. There's absolutely no relationship there whatsoever, right? I don't have anyone getting in touch with me going, oh, you're a bit out of line this week, Daze, So I'm free to say whatever I want, which is brilliant, because that means whatever I say I can justify and I can stand by, and you lot know that it's coming from a real place, and there's no alternative agendas or motives or anything like that. So yeah, I just think like there's some decent stuff happening at the moment, and I'd much rather focus my attention on that than constantly show after show after show worrying about this person's not getting TV time or that person. Because as we said the other day, I think you'll forever have those conversations. They're conversations that are just never going to go away, are they? I guess the hard part is that it's not like many wrestlers that aren't on TV are able to wrestle anywhere else but main event. And even then, it's always rotating. It is true. I mean, they can't just go to Indies or whatever, or go to TNA or anything like that, Plus, also, you don't really know how long they're on the sidelines for. Even WWE doesn't know, because some of it is dictated by injury. So you're having to, you could have something planned and then it could go out the window. I mean, what was Rhea going to do? I have no idea. Who was she feuding with? And as a result, what was Tiffany going to be doing? Because she's been dragged into this ladder match now. But I mean, she wasn't going to be doing that. There wasn't going to be a ladder match. So what was she going to be doing? So one injury can really disrupt a lot of other plans as well. So you're battling that as well. So even WWE don't really know how long people are going to have to sit on the sidelines. So yeah, it's one of those. I get it. I get the frustration around it. I get why people get disappointed. But I think it's good sometimes just to try and put it in perspective. Daze, the next ARW Pro show is going to be on the 8th of the 8th at the American Legion post. The next Backbreaker show is on the 28th of the 8th. Well, Carmen, thank you. If you do go to any of those, I hope you have a great time. Lee Young said, the IWC are ruining a sport. You can be negative without being psychopathic and jealous and insane. Well, the thing to remember is that there's a lot of bad faith people out there that genuinely don't want to see WWE succeed. I think that's true, because you've got diehard AEW fans. There's like a whole anti-WWE sort of movement. And for balance, there is an anti-AEW movement. So, I mean, both sides are just as bad as each other. I'm not saying one is worse than the other. But I am saying that you will read stuff where people are highlighting the negative because they hate WWE. They are, I don't know, AEW fans or New Japan fans or whatever, right? And as a result, there's people out there that are purposefully trying to post bad press about WWE. As well as that, you've obviously got fans of certain wrestlers that get frustrated when there's wrestlers aren't being used better. So obviously they'll complain about that. The other thing as well is that social media is so big and there's so many voices on there that I think you'll find praise for a lot of stuff, but you'll find negativity for everything as well. So I think the truth is probably that there's praise and negativity probably in equal measure, but it's just the negativity. I don't know if it comes from the bigger accounts or what the situation is, or if it's the algorithm. But I promise you, outside of my notifications, which comes from you guys, if I was to venture into the IWC, just type in WWE and have a look. I don't know why, but I can easily see more negativity than positivity. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's just that there's more negativity out there, or if it's that the negative posts get more traction, or if it's the algorithm that's doing something. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much it helps people or hinders. We've had conversations where people have said they don't know if it's helping their enjoyment of wrestling. And I get that. I get that. I mean, if you're reading all the time about something sucks and people being down on it all the time, it's probably not going to help you change your opinion much, is it? Or it's not going to help elevate the good things that are happening. So again, I don't want to sit here and be like a shill. I don't want to sit here and just constantly be putting positive spin on stuff, because there is stuff that sucks. I mean, yeah, go home shows should be better than what we got. That Brock Ober Hell in a Cell segment should have been way more engaging than Brock just locking the door and giggling like a little girl when the cage can just be raised and it doesn't make any difference anyway. You know, and, you know, the Danhausen and Joe Hendry segment that people were down on. I didn't love it. So you can point to that. There's some matches I would change at SummerSlam, but equally there are matches that I think are really good. I mean, Gunther Nick Aldis, I think is really good. So I've said before, if you're going to criticize, make sure the praise is just as loud, because we criticize. You can easily find rants that we've had and streams where we've been going off, right? But I am also quick to get to the praise if I think it deserves it. And I'm just not that down on where we are at the moment. I don't think it's mind-blowing. I don't think it's as good as where we've been, but I will stand 10 toes down and I will happily go into war, into a verbal exchange with anyone that wants to have an argument about how this is worse than last year. I do not think this is. I think this is better than last year. I actually think this is probably the best WWE has been for maybe going all the way back to 2024. Because I think there was a lot of high hopes when we went to Netflix in 2025. And I think straight from that debut episode, we could see that this was not what we were looking for. That debut episode on Netflix sucked. And it got a little better the week after, but it wasn't mind-blowing. And really, last year, I think, was seen as a disappointment. And I've seen people saying this year is worse, and I strongly disagree. I think this year is better, an improvement, but I don't think it's still anything pulling up trees. I don't think this is, oh, we are back, or anything like that. But yeah, I think this is better. And if it's better, then I'd much rather sit here and go, okay, this is better. I like this. I like that. I think we could be on a right path here. We could be building. Yeah? We could be seeing some green shoots. I'd much rather take that approach than the opposite approach, which is stomping down on it, going, no, this is still not good enough, you know? It's either got to be perfect or it's just not good enough for a lot of people. For me, I'm looking at it like, no, I think this is better. And we might be, you know, building something good. I don't know. Maybe next year's going to be great. I don't know. I mean, you'd like to think it will be. I'd like to think it will. I'd like to think that's going to start this weekend at SummerSlam. But I just don't know. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about yesterday. It was a go-home show. I'll tell you now, I ain't worried about Friday. It's a go-home show. I totally expect that to be 5 points something out of 10. Right? I mean, first of all, it's SmackDown, which has struggled in 2026. But more than that, it's a go-home show. And I really don't have high expectations. I'm not giving them a pass. But I am this week focused on Saturday and Sunday more than Monday and Friday. And we'll get right back to focusing on Friday and Monday next week when we come out of SummerSlam and there's no excuses. So I don't have high expectations for Friday. But, you know, it'll be fun. It's, you know, the day before SummerSlam. So we'll be chatting about whatever you guys want to chat about. And let's go. Yeah, I hope it'll be a good show, but my expectations will be low. It's a nicer life if you enjoy what you like and don't give a flip about what you don't, said Shining Wizards. Rhea Ripley was going to be facing JC. Tiffany was going to face Blake for the US title. But then the injury happened and it's all changed to a ladder match. So, like, their plans will have been affected as well, weren't they? So, again, it is what it is. You know, could we have still done something else with JC rather than this 6-woman tag? Well, maybe. Someone has got to make a decision at some point, though. And if they feel like, let's have Fatal Influence all together, taking on, you know, we can bring Nikki back and we can do the Bellas and... I mean, you can sort of see why that makes sense to do that. So I'm not really down on the fact they've made that decision. But, yeah, I mean, injuries, they do change things, don't they? Big Time said, when we get to the point where we're not giving older and motivated names like Usos the focus, you can see the body of work lazy and sluggish, but they're getting so much attention. I don't know, man. I don't know. Do people think that Usos are lazy and sluggish? That seems like a whole separate conversation to me. With your perspective in mind, what's the point in praising WWE if Pat is on screen? What's the point in praising WWE if Pat is on screen? I didn't. I was very down on Pat, wasn't I? I've always been down on Pat. I've never enjoyed what he's brought. I've never found him to be entertaining or engaging. I've always just felt him to be used because of how popular his show is and his fan base. You know, a celebrity. I mean, I never felt he had a good voice for commentary. I always felt like he was a kid that had had too much sugar, and he was just very irritating to me. From the very first time I saw him on the pre-show, he just struck me as being like a jock, and I didn't even like him when he was on the pre-show when I first saw him. But he was on a pre-show, so I mean, it didn't really bother me. But then, of course, his presence on the show got larger and larger. And it got to the point where I was ranting about him so much, getting so frustrated by his presence, that I decided to actually block his name on the channel, because people would bring him up in conversation and it would just end in this epic like rant, which I think some people were probably looking for me to do. But honestly, it got to the point where even I was like, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep ranting and making that same point again and again and again. So I just thought, right, let's put the name in the block words list. That way we can sort of avoid having the conversation again and again and again. And so for a long time, like, it just didn't come up in conversation. And I think it was the best decision, honestly, because my stance on him never changed. And I don't think if you enjoyed his work, you were free to enjoy it. And so, you know, I wasn't really getting in the way. But yeah, my opinion never changed. My stance never changed. As I've said, I'm not here to glaze WWE. My perspective is that when they deserve to be criticised, we'll criticise. But when they deserve to be praised, we'll praise. So the point I've been making recently is I think the product has improved. I think there are some green shoots. I think that there are some things going on, like Gunther against Nick Aldis, like Brock potentially retiring against Oba, Hell in a Cell. I'm really not down on that. Like what we've been doing with Sammy. I think that character now is quite interesting, with Sammy crashing out, and justifiably so as well. I think that's quite interesting. Like, there are things that I can see that we're doing that I actually like, and I'm sort of a fan of. So as a result, I want to make sure that I'm praising those, and I'm not just accused of being negative and down on WWE all the time. But someone like Pat is, we were never shy on being critical about that. And, you know, 2025, the John Cena heel turn, I was critical about it. Didn't think it was good to have Cena in his final year being a heel when people are buying tickets to say, thank you, I love you, you meant so much to me, and he's there being a heel. It didn't make sense. The crowd weren't going with it, and why would they? Didn't make any sense. From a basic entry-level booking decision, how does that work? I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it just seemed like they needed a moment. They wanted to do something they'd never done, so they turned him heel and to see what it was like. And I just thought it was dumb. Really dumb in that fight. You've missed the ship already. You missed the boat already. If you wanted to do it, you should have done it years ago. Doing it in his final run is just ridiculous. So, you know, we were critical of that. We were critical of the vision. We were critical of the Wyatt Six and the way they were being booked. We were critical of them putting the belt on Jade. We were critical of Tiffany as she ran out of steam. We were critical of Maxine getting the belt when she was Intercontinental Champion. I thought that sucked. So where I feel they need to be criticised, I'm happy to do it. But I don't want to, this is not a channel that's anti-WWE. This is not a channel where we're just going to stick the knife in all the time. We've got to make sure we got that balance. We've got to make sure that when it's time to praise, we praise. And so, you know, I'm just trying to make sure that we're still there as a community. I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page, and that actually maybe last year was so negative of we found ourselves in a bit of a hole that we can't get out of, because it does look to me like that's happened out there in the IWC, where there's people now in a groove, and I'm not sure how easy it's going to be for them to get out of that. I don't know how easy it's going to be for them to start praising some of the things that WWE are doing if they've been ranting about how this sucks. Is it going to be easy for them to go, actually, this was good? I mean, it's easy for me. So, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we've got that balance. That's all. Right, we've stuck around for a little bit, and I think we're going to wrap it up there. Rapture said, do we think Ober Brock will go over 10 minutes? Well, I would hope so. Personally, I'd have it close the show. I'd have it close night 1, and I would make sure it goes at least 15. I think if you're going to go to the trouble of setting up Hell in a Cell, and if this is Brock's last match, then I really don't see the point in it being so much short. I would make it the big main event, show closer. I would then have night 2 open up with CM Punk and Cody, and I would have night 2 close with Roman and Seth. What would I have open night 1? That's interesting, because I've not given that any thought. Let's go to the SummerSlam Wikipedia before we run away. Jared said he was meant to turn heel in 2012 against The Rock. Yeah, that is true. I mean, he was heel in the past, but, like, not really since he became Super Cena with the bright shirts. You know, you're going back to the prototype days, bit of thugonomics. So this kind of incarnation of him, what he evolved into, I think we missed the boat on it. Okay, so CM Punk Cody is... Oh, CM Punk Cody is night 1. Oh, I think I'd open up night 1 with that. And then I would close with Ober Brock. That means night 2 has to open with something else. I would open night 2 with... I'm thinking the women's ladder match. Or maybe... Let's get... there we go, we're back. So I'm just looking at night 2. So this is night 1 and night 2. I mean, what I think they'll do is I think they'll open with Ober Brock, and I think they'll close with CM Punk Cody. So I think that's what they'll do. I would switch those, personally, if this is Brock's retirement. And it's Hell in a Cell. But you could understand them opening with it. That way they haven't got to have maybe the cell hanging around throughout the whole show. Maybe they'd be able to dismantle it. Although I don't know, actually, because it might take a long time. To be honest, they might have to lower it and just raise it back up again anyway. So, I don't know. If you've got to lower it and raise it back up, you might as well just close with Ober and Brock. Brock main events one last time, Ober main events for the first time, Hell in a Cell, lower the cell down, go 15 minutes, weapons, bloods, make it, you know, really special. So that's my logic in regards to day 1. Day 2, definitely close with Roman Seth. And then what do you open with? My heart keeps saying that. The women's ladder match. Championship on the line, new champion guaranteed, and you just chaos, you know, fun. Maybe you do that, and then you follow it up with maybe... you've got a lot of singles matches to get to, haven't you? Perhaps you follow it up with Trick for his entrance against Baron Corbin for just a bit of a normal heel versus face type match. Championship on the line. That way, you've got Sami Finn, which should be a banger, and it will need time. Save that. Danhausen, Dominic Mysterio is going to be weird shenanigans. It'll give you something different. Sami and Finn could be a banger. Then you could do Danhausen, Dominic. Then you could do the main event. Penta, Chad. You could do in that first hour. I don't know. Yeah, my brain is saying I'd be really tempted to do this women's ladder match in that first hour. But either way, I think we know that that's main event in. I think that's probably main eventing. So, yeah. Yes, I would give it over 10 minutes anyway. Regardless of where it sits on the card, I would give it over 10 minutes. Okay, right, we just had a little wobble. That is definitely a sign that we need to run away. So thanks for joining us. If you've got more thoughts, questions, theories, you've got things that we didn't get to, and you really want us to get to it, make sure you're here tomorrow. We always start an hour before Evolve, and I will try and get to even more thoughts and things. So brilliant that people join us and want to share their thoughts and theories, questions, concerns. Love it. May that forever continue. Let's put it on pause and we'll come back tomorrow. So we're here for Evolve and we always start an hour before. So hopefully I'll see you there. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. We saw something pretty special tonight. Grayson Waller is in NXT and I am here for it.